Hello, lab rats, and welcome back to the laboratory. Oh shit, I'm getting a call right away. Fuck me. Hold on. Okay, my mom called and immediately hung up when I answered. So I have no idea what that was about. I think she may be getting here with, like, food soon because she was going out to get food. Anyways, hello, lab rats, and welcome back to the laboratory, broadcasting to you live from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. Hi, Trident. Hi, Thorir. Hi, Dodd. Hi, Crick. Hi, Kuhn. Hi, Transia. Hi, Jenganeko. I do, in fact, wish you luck, Dodd. I saw your message. How's everybody doing today?
Don't shoot! I'm with the science team!
Oh, thank you for the resub, Kuhn. I got done watching the new Gundam G-Quux episode just a few hours ago, and oh my god, it is so good. I love it so much. I don't want to talk about it in like a ton of detail because it literally came out like so you could view it 3 hours ago. So like obviously a bunch of people who would see it would probably not see it and thus would be spoiled. But there's a lot of it to love. Doing okay-ish. It's hot as fuck even at 8 p.m. Yeah. God. J. Cox. Trying to think about things I can say about it that aren't spoilers for what happens in the episode. Honestly, one of my favorite things was the reveal that because Zeon obtained the Gundam and its data in this timeline, they made the GM, except they named it the Gelgoog instead. And so it's the GM with like some Zeon design motifs, but it's called the Gelgoog, and I love that. Also more confirmation that they really sort of like understood what Tomino was putting down with the new types in the OG series, which like I've mentioned before that one of my issues with more modern UC Gundam stuff is a lot of it doesn't really understand the themes of new types and uses them badly. And this one seems to like actually understand new types in a way that I really like. Apparently my mom butt dialed me and that was why. She just sent me a text saying like, yeah, I accidentally butt dialed you. Oh my god. Oh, you were at a hole in the ground, you got hurt. What happened? New types of background of FTL communications. I mean, that would hardly even be necessary in Gundam, given it only takes place in the solar system. Also, I forgot to turn my ring light on. There we go. Now there's a light shining on my face. It really helps your tracking, actually, getting a ring light, if you didn't know. If, like, you're a VTuber and you didn't know. I do on my mail and timely timescales. You can't wait like a couple of minutes for a message to get to Mars. It only takes like a few minutes to get to Mars, right? Like light speed for like a radio message. Although really, I'm pretty sure for like sending messages to Mars, you'd rather not use radio, but using like free space optical link or something. It takes like significantly longer to get out to Jupiter, which is like the one other place that is significant human settlement in Gundam. There are Mars colonies, but they're like, most people ignore them. They're not important. They're not really important in Gundam and rarely get mentioned. But then the Jupiter colonies are super important because it's where they get helium-3. Which, as much as I like poo-poo using helium-3 for fusion power, it's definitely a great excuse to have colonies outside of Earth. Mars is where humanity stores all of its failures and disappointment. Yeah, like Xeon. Because by a certain point in the timeline, the only remnants of Xeon left are the ones that took over the fucking Mars colonies. And no one cares about them because they're such backwaters. God, being a VTuber with glasses is suffering. They get in the way of my tracking so often. I need to get like big glasses that like don't obstruct my eyes from any angles. Because like if you have like good tracking, like iPhone tracking, glasses generally being an issue for tracking isn't a huge deal, except when they like get in front of your eyes. Because if I like do this and then I like tilt my head, the like ridge of my real life glasses is in front of my eye right now, and that makes it like not necessarily know where I'm looking. Black and white checkerboard make us the tracking works better. Honestly, I'd be fine with sticking little things to my face to get better tracking. It would be kind of fun. Why are we trying to become... Because I'm talking about VTuber tracking and stuff. What else? What else? What else? Hi, Hetza. Hi. Part of why I'm just talking is because I know my mom's going to be here with, like, food soon-ish. Bigger glasses equals more cute? True. My like real life glasses look like the one on my ones on my model, but I wanted to try like see how I look in like big round glasses. Google Glass are big? Yeah, but the problem there wasn't big the glasses being big, it was what was attached to them. Sarns. Okay. The first time I never liked them, I warm up with time, yeah. Also, ow. Ow. Why are you throwing things at me? Ow. Why are you spelling it Sarnsung? Who also has glasses? I already forgot to clean them often enough already, yeah. I also love my glasses. I'm like the kind of person who can see without my glasses. It's just really irritating. Like, I have them off in real life right now, so I guess I should take them off my model too, but like, it's like kind of blurry. It's like just kind of blurry and hard to like read text, for example, at the distance my monitor is at. Also, I like kind of weird without glasses. There's too much empty space on my face. Nice thing about glasses that you can and clean them and discover that you've wiped them on ham or something. I scratched my glasses by using the wrong cloth by accident. Oof. Scratches in your glasses are the fucking worst. I think I'm gonna start booting up the game. Booting up on Steam. God, I was a teenager. It's really good. I didn't expect to fall in love with the game as fast as I did. Move over. And turn myself just down a little so I don't block quite as much of the screen as I was previously. Ow. Because last time I was blocking a bunch of like UI elements and stuff. Hi, Neo. So if you weren't here for the stream on Sunday, it was some piece of lab equipment. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, oh, Monster Mouth time. Yes, I have Riki. This is a game where you're like a kid growing up on an alien planet. And like, this in the art style might suggest to you it's one of those like cozy VNs that I like kind of hate, but like actually it's like a bunch of horrible shit has already happened. Yeah, biology is almost maxed out. I was gonna actually max it out soon. It's cozy like 1,000 times the resist, yeah! We also saw an adult who was like an uncle to us get like fucking eviscerated. by a monster. Well, we didn't see him get eviscerated by a monster. We saw them bring his corpse back. And how he was, like, disemboweled and shit. We didn't see Hal die, but I'm talking about Tonin. Tonin was the one we saw the gory detail of his death. We did not see Hal die. But yeah, we are at age 13. Any of the kids have any more to say than normal? Hange is wearing a face mask and a full face shield. Greetings, human, she says, raising her hand like the holovids of little gray aliens. It's hard to tell if she's being ironic. Chief Engineer Instance nanoprinted personal protective equipment for all lab assistants. If we contaminate the samples with pollen, we'll lose a year of work. What do you mean persuasion? Do you mean perception? Because my persuasion is fucking terrible. That's another thing I need to raise. I also need to raise bravery some more. Hi, Necromancer Chef. Been a while since I've seen you around. Oh, yeah, because, sorry, for some reason in my brain I thought combat was toughness, and yeah, I suck ass at combat. But I am a very, very brainy child. Yeah, I am 13, and it's very difficult to get stats in combat at this age. I could be getting some more stats in persuasion, but still. Anyways, let's do some xenobotany research. Back in the lab, you have all the right equipment to properly examine that radioactive plant you found. Oh yeah, the one I found from Cal that was making Cal sick. Maybe you can find a way to protect yourself from them so you don't need to drag a radiation-proof envirosuit with you every time you go to that part of the planet. Oh no, I need higher engineering! Radiation poisoning isn't the killer it used to be on Earth. With the med beds, you can flush out deadly doses of radiation in a few hours. It could still make you really sick, though, and high enough doses that could kill you before you've been able to reach a med bed. I think I'll be okay? You take a careless approach to protecting yourself from the radiation. It can't be so bad that you won't be able to get to a med bed in time, right? You wear gloves and a face shield and get to work. After about a few hours, you start to feel dizzy. The dizziness quickly becomes nausea, and while you're puking your guts out in a bucket, you have to admit that you're probably feeling the effects of radiation poisoning. Radiation poisoning, who could have predicted that? You're not done with your experiment, though. May have remind me to hydrate and do a big stretch. Keep going, it's fine. I got injured? Oh, indestructible youth. What's a little hair loss and diarrhea? It's just a plant. You're better than a plant. This might be one of the dumbest things you've ever done. You'll be in medbay wishing it killed you for at least a week, but you did complete your experiment. Oh my god. Nice job, dumbass. Yeah. You discover the radioactive part of the plant is confined to the carpel of the flower. Its reproductive organs and the petals act as a radioactive shield to protect the rest of the plant. If you press the center of the flower, the petals close and block the radiation enough that a person can pass by without feeling sick. Okay, cool. And then you need to do the actual skill challenge. It's really funny that required engineering and I didn't have any engineering. I can't quite make it a straight. This is probably a higher score, but this gives me the +1 skill reward at the end of the challenge for playing it. Yeah, I don't want to get the kudos. I won't be able to get the kudos button, but +7 biology. I need what? Like, what? I have 99 out of 100 biology. Oh no, puberty! Oh no, puberty! You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life full of discoveries and possibilities when children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, Congruence gave your class a frank presentation about preparing for the changes your bodies would experience in the next few years. Which parts of the presentation was relevant to you? You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind, even as you noticed Cal's voice begin to drop or Mars starting to dress differently. Until one morning, you wake up and something feels different. You just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are squelchier than you expected them to be down there. Oh no. You just want to close your eyes again. You remember Congruence's sexual education classes, and you're really not ready for their real-world practical applications. If you just go back to sleep, it'll go away, right? Yep, your period started. Oof. Discreetly ask Mom for help. You pull back your privacy curtain and gesture for your mom to come over. When she sees the problem, her eyes go wide and she gives you a big hug. What? My little girl is growing up, she exclaims, and you feel your face grow hot with embarrassment. Your dad is right there. Oh no! Okay, so you can, yeah, this game is really good. She puts her hands on your shoulders. I'm so happy for you, kiddo. I know you're probably grossed out, but getting your period is important. Sometimes we need a bit of mess in our lives to remind us that we're real, that we're a part of this world. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life and the responsibility to take care of that life. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. You can't think of anything worse. Thankfully, soon you can get a blocker to keep from having to go through this every month. And the wonders of future technology. Your mom hugs you again and keeps talking about how she's proud of you. It's super embarrassing, and you can't help but shove her away and retreat to your bunk to stew about it. What is happening? You feel on edge today. Gain status, hormones. Rebellion increases tripled! What is happening? You feel on the edge today. Like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Like you want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. It feels like a fountain of new energy is starting to bubble up inside of you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Solana. Oh my god. Okay, so no physical skill training until I rest because I gave myself God, I gave myself radiation poisoning and I'm going through puberty at the same time. I was just checking something. Oh my god. Clip that. Okay. I'm just completely fumbling someone being into you. Honestly, I've been kind of playing my character as if she has a crush on Dis, the loner boy, who is standing out here because of the one experience, because of the 2 experiences where they snuck out. I know you hate Dis, but I kind of like him as a cute thing, and also because I feel like if my character had some of the experiences she did with Dis, she would have a huge crush. Like if baby me had that at this age. Where both the times you snuck out and he shows you the sunset from the edge of a cliff and it's really beautiful. And the time when you inadvertently climb on a big monster that's asleep and it starts walking away with you on it, and Dis grabs your hand and comforts you because he's terrible with social skills and stuff, but he's really brave. That's his whole thing. But that's prediction 3, yeah? You fucking foresaw this? How? Remember at the start of the first stream? When you wrote down a bunch of predictions? Anyways, I'm researching xenobiology again, so I can finally max out biology. I have the strongest understanding of biology of anyone in the colony, and I'm 13 years old and just starting puberty. You've had a project growing in the greenhouse lab for a few years now, splicing the genomes of plants from both Earth and Vertumna, trying to come up with a way to make the Earth plants more likely to take root and flourish in the nitrogen-weak Vertumnan soil. Gene tech has always been a part of your life. Everyone you know has some sort of genetic enhancement. By the way, I wanted to mention this. When you think about it, the fact that all the kids have different genetic enhancements is actually really weird, and kind of implies that they're experiments in a weird way. With as little as the adults are willing to tell the kids around here, I'm worried that that is in fact the case. It's really a bad sign for the colony. The trick is finding exactly the right Vertumnan genes to splice into exactly the right Earth plant. So can you do it? Will today be the day you make that breakthrough? The city must survive. I don't know. The fact that I occasionally get pop-ups saying that something I did increased colony food supplies or something makes me worry it is going to go all Frostpunk. Anyways, I'm getting a call again. My food has finally arrived, so I'm gonna go grab it and I'm gonna eat while I'm streaming. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. Oh yeah, and regarding genetic enhancements, I think I set those ads for way too long. Sort of waiting for the ads to end. Just sort of unpacking my food. I got a brisket sandwich and baked potato from the County Line, which is a local, very nice barbecue restaurant. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hi, Cyber Mermaid Cobat. What are those American meat cuts? Yes. It's a really good game. Right now I'm like sort of setting up my lunch because my lunch just finally arrived. Yeah, I don't know what cut brisket is. But yes, it is like an American meat cut. Luckily, I don't need to type things in this game, so I can just kind of have my food all in front. Hold on. Yeah, if you don't know about this game, Cyber Mermaid, by the way, hi, I see it's your first time chatting. Thank you for showing up. This is a game where you are a kid growing up on the first human colony on an alien world. And a lot of horrible shit happens. It is, despite the art style, despite the... Oh, it's one of your favorites, yeah. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream for other people, that, yeah, like, despite the art style being, like, the kind of thing you'd expect from something cozy, this is not a cozy game. It is actually a very bleak game. Anyways. I already read that out. Ow. Okay, the challenge. Wow, this is not like a good set of cards, but we'll be getting rid of it. Yeah, I guess it is cozy in a sense. At least somewhat so. Card becomes 3, so I can actually make... Play that just because it keeps between rounds, even though it does lose by putting it there. Comes a lot in the cozy gamers. Yeah, I don't really like the cozy game stuff because it ends up being like, what counts as cozy or not? Next round. Wait, why is that -1? Oh, card becomes 3. Fuck me. Okay, and I can't extend the straight further, but I can extend the flush. No, I'm not. I'm actually really close. My favorite cozy comfort game, Doom. Also, thank you for the follow earlier, Honey Yacha. Excited for the new Predator movie. I'm not lucky. Like, literally any card I play will make me win. I just can't push through to the super goal. Not that I even need the super goal here. Here, Mermaid, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'll just go with this. I'll accept this. Because I only needed a tiny bit more biology to max it out anyways. Extra enhancement perk. Enhance your DNA. Wow. +1 to all mental stat skill increases for 3 months. Holy shit. Holy shit, this one's amazing. Yeah. Hold on. You double check congruences simulations 100 times, and the results are always the same. A truly viable genome composed of genes from both Earth and Vertumna, and in every chemical simulation congruence can run, it successfully takes root and flourishes. You look at the tiny, barely spattered pounds. This could be the beginning of a new era of agriculture on this planet. Being able to plant crops that actually grow strong in this soil, it might only be one plant for now, but who knows? Maybe in the future you'll be able to use this for all sorts of crops. Also, nitrogen poor soil, you can solve that by just doing the Haber-Bosch process. Didn't expect you to go live right after I followed. Neat. Your mom has always been a result-oriented person. She doesn't like to experiment just to see what might happen. She likes science that she already knows and trusts will work. So she's an engineer and not a scientist. When you call her in to see what you've done, she smiles as proudly as you've ever seen her smile before. Even she can't argue with congruences results. You'll earn twice the kudos contributing working in the lab from now on. Woo! The plant engineer, yeah. Okay, Dis. I love that phrase for some reason. Yeah, I've talked before about how the difference between engineer and scientist mindset, and how the reason engineers believe kooky things all the time is because they aren't trained to like do actual discovery, but just to apply already well-known knowledge. How most math scientists are actually engineers, yeah. In experimental design classes, it's not the same as actually discovering. Experimental designs are not the same as actually like expanding on theory. Just saying, you're still just applying the theory that a scientist came up with in a novel way. So let's see about enhancing my DNA. Science is the language of all things, even on a planet such as this. As foreign as it seems, all living things act according to their biology. Tange tilts her head. And as biology is simply applied chemistry, which is simply applied physics, this means anything that is observable, and many things that are not, are governed by the rules of mathematics, which are as elegant and constant as when the universe began. There's actually some theories that disagree on that, Tange. And also, are you like a person who thinks math is real? Like objectively real and not like a system we came up with to like approximate the world? Because then I'm going to have philosophical and epistemological arguments with you. I do, yeah. Well, her name's Tangent, so yeah, I was pronouncing it as Tang, but then I realized, wait, no, she's Tangent, so it should be Tange. Tell me, Tangent, where is the number 2 in this pile of dirt? Yeah, and she's even younger than us. She's 12. Tinker with my DNA. Oh my god. Same in the game here. Of all the people in the colony, you understand genetics the best, besides Dr. Instance, probably. She trusts you to attend the gene tech machine. With access to a machine like this, you could give yourself a new genetic enhancement. Sure, you probably shouldn't mess with your genome too much in vivo, but one little change couldn't hurt. Of course I want to. Oh, that card just reduces your stress. That's interesting. Yeah, calm temperament too. Calm. You never seen that card before? Oh yeah, these cards are different than the one you get from your augment at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take calm temperament. Nothing can faze you anymore. You're rarely frustrated and don't let anxiety get the better of you. Aw. It's a tricky process, much more complicated than modifying the malleable stem cells of an embryo. You wouldn't risk doing it again, but this time it works out. Dr. Instance knows what you've done, but you take her science with tacit approval of your risky experiment. Well, she experimented on us in the first place, so... I know, it just seems a bit weird. We should probably go to life sciences again sometime. Sorry, humanities, but not right now when we have the mental skill increases. And instead we should do some more engineering study, I think. Other things we have. Oh, there's a log here. We can also deliver supplies which will give us more organizing, and we're very close to the first organizing perk, so maybe. But yeah, that Calm Temperament 2 card just reducing your stress by 5 when you play it is actually kind of crazy. Hold on, I'm like putting toppings on my baked potato. Yeah, I get the passive also where I'm like, where I reduce all my stress. Yeah, the all I picked at the beginning of the game was like Absorbent Brain, which is like eidetic memory, I guess. At least the way it's described, where I just sort of like absorb everything I hear and don't forget it. I think increased stress with perfect recall of awkward interactions, yeah? Let's study engineering. Your first test already? Oh yeah, because I haven't done that much engineering studying, so I feel like a couple of these events are things that should have happened earlier. Calm down, class, Congruent smiles. This quiz is just to find out where you all stand and what you want to learn in this class. It will help me to tailor personal lesson plans for each of you. It starts easy, suspiciously easy. Sure enough, every section is harder than the last, and you're quickly stumped by a question. You know the teacher said you weren't supposed to be able to answer all of them, but you look over at Tange. You're just breezing through the test. The competitive gremlin inside of you has an idea. I'm gonna try my best. Yeah, this is a really crazy hand. Like, what the fuck? No, not quite. I'm gonna keep that so I can do this straight. I'm gonna just go ahead without playing more cards. Because we have a really amazing straight we can do. Alright, we can play this here, because... Or this. Oh, you're right, it becomes stronger. Fuck. That makes it hard to make a 4. To get a 4. Right, I can just buff something. I have 10 logs? I'm also realizing I can do this. The pincers behind me, those are my tail. Or it might be. I wish I had a bobber food to turn something blue. Oh, it is more valuable. Okay. Hi, version 9. Yeah! Well, it's super cool, and I'm not sure how much harder I can push it. Oh, I can get 45. Apparently. It's not a big deal either way. Plus 4 engineering. You plow forward, skipping the questions you don't know and coming back for some of them later. It's a good strategy, letting you collect the easy points while not wasting time on the harder ones. You got an A, which means advanced class. You still got some wrong? Neat. It appears we'll be working together on working on advanced materials together. Tan says, impressed. Aw.
Don't shoot! I'm with the science team!
Historian GF, thank you for the sub. It's Vertimnalia. Time for speeches, games, and feasting. You stare hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly soy rations, but it's still more food than you usually see all at one time. This year, though, there's something new. Great big tureens of glowing beans. Weird. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instance catches you and smacks your hand away. Your mom gets really mad at her, and it causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instance blames your mom for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Yeah, that combined with the food and then mentioning an accident with the colony soil suggests to me that that agriculturally the colony is not doing very well. Anti-fashion action. Let him take another bite. Get back from Sinners? I need to go watch Sinners. I've heard such good things about it. I'm also going to take my pants off because it's getting way too hot in here. Hi, series! Scratching the surface of something deeper? Yeah. I've been like sweating like a dog in here. It's so hot in Texas right now. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertumnalia celebration, she says, speaking through a maxophoner. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. I'm proud, as always, to stand before you as your governor and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Udicott steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving seat to complete the annual formalities. Oof. You tame the bite. We have air conditioning, it's just expensive. It costs money. So why bother turning the AC up when you can just take your clothes off? It's so much cheaper. This year's feast includes a new glow-in-the-dark food. Pixie beans are our first domesticated Vertumnan crop. The crowd applauds and your mom raises her hands. Credit goes to Geranium. He insisted we dedicate a third of our fields to them. So you'll have him to thank for the light show in your toilets tonight. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microbial soil during the wormhole accident. These pixie beans will make up for losses we faced with our earth crops. Oof. Let's do the science fair again. Hold on, I'm like finishing my baked potato real quick. I sense that the colony's future has very little peace and vanishing prosperity. Yeah, I've been getting that vibe too. I'm hoarding food and ammo for normal regions. All right, I finished my baked potato. Yeah, and also we have prophetic dreams, and we keep having dreams about the colony in ruins, so... Tangent's science fair project is monstrously complicated. She gives a 20-minute speech about cell division and a few for different Vertumnan species that goes not just over your head, but the heads of everyone in the crowd. What was she even doing locked up in that lab all day? Instance is intrigued. She asks Tange a series of questions. Soon honing in on something Tange overlooked. Tange is so upset with herself she can barely finish answering. Aww. I love Tange, your little autistic friend, or autistic trans girl friend. I'm gonna hold on to those actually and play something. Just make this into a big flush. Lots of social cards, which we're not great with, but I still have to use the +10 stress one. I might also have to push through. Well, I have an idea. There we go. First collectible uses free. I didn't notice it. I didn't notice that, but I was going to use the collectible anyways to get the super goal for this. Even more reasoning. We're up to 50. Your project this year is on power generation, explaining the ways the colony... Oh, fuck. Will be able to generate power once the nuclear engines eventually need to be turned off. You've compared the efficiencies of burning mushwood pellets, spark snow, or the thin oil they found in the southern swamps. You'd love to outfit the colony with solar panels, with solar power, but those panels are full of precious metals you haven't found alternatives for on Vertumna. You conclude that wind and hydroelectric power are the easiest to maintain and the most sustainable, impressing everyone with your working model of a hydroelectric dam. And I got another science fair champion memory. Finally, it's time for the feast. The pixie bean... Oh, fuck, I clicked through. Or a hit. Your parents keep touting their many benefits. They grow well here, they're super nutritious, taste great, they're really versatile, and kids love their bright multicolor glow. Your rumbling stomach has made you grouchy. Your parents won't let you eat until they finally stop bragging about their dumb beans. You consider the options: pixie bean soup, pixie bean salad, pixie bean chili, even pixie bean aquafaba dessert. Everything glows in the evening twilight. You sullenly shove your pixie bean everything around on your plate. You don't even want to eat them anymore. Stupid beans, stupid feast, stupid games, stupid everyone. Ah! Every time someone turns to talk to you, especially about how great these beans are and how great your parents are for growing them, you just get more irritated. They're just beans. It's like they love these beans more than they love you. Oh my God, puberty. You're probably just hungry. Puberty moment. You're these stupid beans! Who says you have to eat a bunch of stupid glowing gimmick beans? They're not the boss of you. You get to decide what goes in your body. Your dad is amused, but your mom isn't so forgiving. Eat your food, Solana, she says sternly. We worked hard to make this food for you. Teenage angst, yeah. I lost toughness. But I got a bunch of rebellion. Oh my God. Did I ask? Your dad tries to calm the situation, but your mom slams her fist on the table. The noise makes everyone nearby stop talking and turn to stare at you. Eat your damn dinner, Solana, she shouts. I'm sick of your attitude. Fine. You want to rebel against these stupid beans, but the truth is you're too hungry to resist. You count backwards from 10 to calm yourself down so you don't blow up at your mom. Why, she's smiling all the time. Ugh. You settle on glowering at her over your plate of glowing beans. She notices, but just purses her lips and turns away from you to talk to someone else. Rude. You shovel food into your mouth. Try not to look like you're enjoying it. Okay, it is as delicious as everyone said, and you start to feel more human and the more you eat. Right? Yeah, food. Food is great. You do feel better after you eat something. Oh, yeah. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to... my sister came to express her annoyance at the noise I was making, so I'm going to be quieter. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improve by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what Congruence meant when she warned that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Aw. That's so funny. He is a good dad. I need to rest to recover from radiation sickness, but I have so much more things I could do. Hey Dis, do you want some medicinal roots? Using characters, I was sickly excited. Okay, finally, that's what he likes. Yeah. I want to get organizing up more than anything, actually. I do also want to get reasoning to the second tier, but Zeke sends you all around the colony delivering supplies. During your first week, it's mostly small things you can carry by hand or push on a little cart. Stuff like tools and electronics. Some are high priority, which means you have to move fast. It's fun getting a DL important delivery come through and people actually get out of the way. Hard becomes mental. Interesting. All right, that makes it bigger. Probably better just to make the big flush. No, it isn't. All right. Well, I have a bunch of mushroom logs, so I might as well just do something like stupid like that. Could have gotten 23. Okay. But I get a shit ton of organizing. Jesus Christ. Extra gear slot, finally. I'm sorry your colony ship settled on Gleba, Vivi. Oh yeah, this is my alien pet, by the way. I guess I'll like reduce my stress even more by equipping my other pet. By the way, is there anything new to buy at the depot? He is. No, okay. Last I heard, Socks was like cold because it had gotten big and was refusing to eat vegetables anymore. And I didn't hear, and Cal hasn't like taken me aside to talk about it in a while. Yeah. Study humanities so I can finally build some fucking creativity and persuasion. You're running late for humanities class. When you arrive, everyone is gathered in the beanbags around the room's big holo projector. Ship's computer congruence is displayed on it. She's giving today's lesson reading an old book of Earth poetry. And nudge her in motion. What's up with this? Tange frowns at you. Where have you been? She whispers. Ever since Professor Hal died, congruence has been teaching this class. Then she frowns at everything in general. They said everyone else who might be qualified is too busy, and no, they didn't ask me. I miss Professor Hal. You try to keep your voice down, but congruence literally has ears everywhere. I miss Professor Hal as well, she says. Her monitor swing over to you. He was a very special human. Wait, you ask out loud, congruence can like people. Of course I can like people. I carried you inside of me for 20 years after all. How could I not get attached? Random card locked in one slot. Well, at least it's a good card. That was really obvious what the best one was. Carried you inside of me. Sounds like my mother. I really need to get my bravery up too, to like the next tier. I think what I actually want to do is go rest and then do a bunch of exploring. Who said what to or whatever, it's so dumb. Yeah, rest to finally get rid of the debuff is what I was thinking. Practice photo phoner. Oh, this gives bravery and creativity. Empathy and persuasion, yeah. How do I increase empathy, by the way? Radiation sickness or menstruation? No! No radiation sickness. Drinking alcohol. Yeah, I'll relax in the walls. You've heard Security Chief Red is on the lookout for lookouts. That is, for kids to chill out at the top of the walls all afternoon and count Xenos. Sounds way better than going to class. He gives you a once-over, eyes narrowed. All right, he says. Look over there at the end of the field. What does that sign say? Read it out loud. Lookout duty. It says, if you can read this, your eyesight is 20/20. Oh, huh. I don't want to forget either of these. These are both good memories. When are the twins' birthdays again? Late wet, so next month. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, it can? I want to look for... I need more medicinal herbs for, like, their things. But, like, I can always, if I can't find any more, give them just, like, some random crap, like a log. Just to count as a gift. Like, they don't hate that as a gift. I know that. Oh, hello, creature. Oh, there's a log over there. I need my logs. There's one. You almost bump into Dis. He's being so still and quiet, hunched over and looking down a little knoll. He shushes you and points. Don't scare them. You follow his finger and see what looks like a bush shaking violently. 2 bushes, actually, at opposite ends of a clearing. They're bush bubs, he says, fighting over territory. Look more closely through your holoculars. Oh, these boulders are alive. I hope they won't hurt each other. They won't. They do it by dancing. Watch. Aw. You watch the 2 creatures face off, rhythmically rustling the leaves that grow out of their heads and backs. Their gangly branch-like antennae swing over their heads as they rear up to their full heights. Even from far away, they look imposing, like agile boulders. One goes, then the other. They watch each other carefully, alternating and repeating the other's motions, trying to outdo each other. Ultimately, the smaller, more graceful one seems to be declared the winner. The loser plows back down and shuffles away into the jungle defeated. Aw, cute. A bush bub bursts through the tree line, barreling straight at you. Whatever's making a bush bub run, you're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of it. Bravery challenge. Hard gets +1. Ooh. Something like this for a simple straight. Or that's also a flush, yeah. Guess Combat 100, my only friend is blank, yeah. Remember about the beauty of nature and said I want to kill it dead, yeah. Play something like this. That's more. Super goal. I could have gotten 28. Wow. +2 bravery. And then even more bravery. The creature pounds past you, its powerful stone-like gorilla arms smashing the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you and goes around you without even looking at you. You look around, but there's no sign of whatever motivated the bush pup to run so fast. At least that's something to be grateful about. See you, Cyber Mermaid? And don't let anyone else die? I'll try. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Loud. It sounds like it's getting closer. Suddenly, a massive, impossibly tall something pierces the low clouds and slams into the ground ahead of you. It's as tall as a skyscraper and 1 meter wide, covered in chitinous bone like an insect. You think it might be a leg? Another crashes down, then another. The creature's body must be up in the clouds so high you can't see anything but the legs. What the fuck? The first leg lifts again and moves towards you. You're in shock, and your body simultaneously screams at you to stand still and run. Holy shit. Stay calm and analyze its movement. You watch the clouds, and as the next leg breaks through, you dodge it. It slams down where you've been with enough force to crush a boulder to dust. This creature is so unbelievably massive, you're like an ant to it. As it passes overhead, you marvel at how such a thing could even exist, and hope it never wanders any closer to your colony. Yeah? You stop to admire the light glinting off the water of a shallow circular lake when you notice some strange rocks near your feet. They're pink and red, bobbing in the shallow water at the shore. The rocks are flashing golden yellow, this one, then that one, then a pause, then that one, then the first one again. We thought it was reflected sunlight at first, but no, the rocks themselves are glowing. Repeat the pattern. Oh, I got some empathy. You play a memory game with them, touching the stones in the pattern they give you. You feel emotions coming from the rocks. Affection, interest, gratefulness. Somehow you understand. They like the contact. Are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumna. They can't move, but learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. You get the sense they're excited for your new scent. To what end? You don't know. Oh, more medicinal herbs. Thought stealer rocks, yeah? Something big suddenly bursts out from the jungle and scampers across the path in front of you. It looks like a miniature landslide. Bush-covered stone being pulled forward by powerful arms. It's a bush bub, and hot on its heels is a second smaller one. These slow, thoughtful creatures are rarely so full of energy. I can attack them? They charge back and forth across the path as you wisely keep your distance from the powerful animals. But for the crashing and stomping they're doing, they don't actually seem to be angry. You'd swear they are being playful. Oh, it is impossible. Get closer to watch. They seem to be playing a game of tag. When the chaser catches up to the runner, they reverse roles. They do it with such gusto that the surrounding underbrush is completely crushed in a wide circle, an almost perfect circle. Just Gmod yourself a second inner jaw. Then all at once, the first one crashes down on the path and tucks its arms and head under the bushes on its back. You'd swear it was just a rock now. The second one circles the first several times, sniffing, then crouches in the same position. Keep watching. In perfect sync, the two creatures slowly stretch out and up, revealing their rocky bodies and reaching their surprisingly long necks up to the sky. They begin to shake. Is this like a mating thing? They begin to shake their bushes and rattle their antlers in a rhythm with each other as they stomp slowly around the clearing they've made. You think they're dancing. The intensity of the dance increases. They're both shaking their backs so hard that some of their branches and fruit are flying loose. Instinctively, you reach out to grab a piece of fruit. At that moment, the dancers shift and youch! One of them steps on your hand with the full force of his massive body. You let out a cry of pain and clutch your hand to your chest. Oh, that looks bad. The two creatures had been so intent on each other they hadn't noticed you there. They're so startled and perhaps embarrassed that they take off running in opposite directions. Well, that was weird. Okay, I broke my hand. I'm so close. Yeah, I need 4 more bravery. What the fuck? Oh, I clicked out accidentally. The terrain here is strange. Some kind of smooth rock covered in lichens and tiny plants. It's weirdly warm and the spark snow melts when it hits it. Carefully move over it. Menstruation, radiation, poisoning, hand in the rock crusher. Yeah, my age 13 is not great. Man, and you just got cured of the radiation poisoning. I didn't get the injured status. I just got a bunch of stress. At least. So obviously I want to play that. I think we just do that and then wait for the next round. Especially because it'll mean more cards in our hand for this. Oh, and that forms a 6. Yes, super goal. And it was the best hand possible. Even more perception. After cautiously walking around on it for a few minutes and observing quietly, you realize the ground is alive. It's rumbling very slightly. Ooh, what you thought was just a rock slowly opens. It's an eye. It stares at you dreamily and you stare back fascinated. This must be a very ancient creature. It's so vast it's completely merged into the surroundings. There are even trees growing out of it. A little animal, like a moth with huge webbed feet, lands between you and the massive eye and starts preening. The eye dilates to focus on the moth. Then it slowly closes again in what you think might be contentment. After a minute, you feel a faint rumble under your feet. Regular breathing, in and out. Snoring. Huh. Okay, time to go home because I'm all stressed out. And now it's the late wet season. Yeah, Trident? Want to see a cool trick? For my birthday? Oh, thank you. This looks like it's from a very rare plant. Did you find it while exploring? Neat. Okay, I was wondering if it's going to be +3 or like multiplied, so +4. It seems you've remembered my birthday, Tange says, taking the roots and turning them over in her hands. Her lips curl in distaste at the dirt that's still clinging to them. How thoughtful of you. I have much to do today, but I'll set these roots aside to analyze them later. She turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. Give a cake to Cal? Okay. This might be sabotage. Is he gonna be like, boy, Tammy, you love cakes, and start crying? Oh, he really likes cakes, okay. Whoa, Solana, this is my favorite thing on the whole planet. He makes grabby hands at the cake and takes a big huff of the pleasant sugary smell as his eyes slip closed in sheer pleasure. Wow, Solana, you are really the best of the best. Here, have a piece too. Let the icing melt in your mouth and let all your worries melt away with it. Oh, and it reduces your stress too. Hiya, Solana, he waves. Hey, what's up? Just heading over to the barn. I finished before everyone else today, so I told everyone I'm going to clean it. No one wants to get roped into helping, so just be me and Socks. You should come with. Cal whistles as you enter the barn, and the chest where Socks sleeps starts to rattle. He laughs at it and pops open the lid, hefting Socks up into his arms. Hey girl, he coos. Time to get some forbidden daytime zoomies out. You and Cal play with Socks for a little while, chasing her around the barn. She chitters and stomps her stubby little legs, clearly enjoying the attention. After a while, Cal stops to catch his breath. Woo, he says. She's got so much energy. I don't know where it's coming from. It's not anything she's eating, that's for sure. I hope you find some food for her soon. I'm again worried that she eats meat as an adult. I have a little while before I have to get back to work. What should I do? Let's teach Socks a new trick. I've been working on getting her to follow directions lately. That's a great idea. You spent about half an hour teaching Socks how to shake a paw. There are a lot of paws to choose from, and she seems to delight in giving you a different one each time. You can't help but think that working with her and like this might come in handy in the future. Oh, that's cute. Cake sex holiday loop? I assume that's something that comes into play once you're an adult. I assume you can get rid of enough stress that you can just do another thing that day and not have any additional stress. What, you give Cal a cake, have sex with someone, and then what? Effectively turning this decade of your life into a fucking hellscape? So we actually got our stress down, so now we can actually do a thing again. Let's practice the photophonar. The photophonar, or phonar, is part flute and part paintbrush. You point the end of the phonar in the direction you want to paint, blow into the end, and it makes sound and draws holograms in midair. It comes with a funny earpiece that fits behind your ear and reads your thoughts. Well, not quite, more like it detects the electrical impulses in your head and draws those. You aren't really sure how to use it. Follow instructional vids. Great masters, or at least the people on these teaching vids who you notice are just sitting in their bedrooms like you, can create a whole animated scene. A lake, trees, a boat, a person on the boat fishing. You watch as the holographic image reels in something big, then a gigantic fish jumps up and swallows the boat, with dramatic music to match. You could do this, no problem. Honk, you have a lot of beautiful ideas. What you get is a masterful honking noise and a pulsating tangled knot of sickly green light that quickly fades away. At this rate, you'll never be as good as the masters. That's discouraging. Figure it out for yourself. You sit down and experiment with it. The photophonar is different for every person, so figuring out how to play it is a personal experience. You let your instincts guide you. You wish it was as simple as thinking tree and it paints a tree, or even blue and it paints blue. No, for you it's more like, well, if you think about food, it paints lots of round bubble shapes. And if you think about something that makes you angry, it draws orange squiggles. Interesting. Okay, actually, once you stop worrying about being good and just thinking about how it feels, it actually starts to feel fun. This game, but like barotrauma, God. Oh, and I can get rid of even more stress. If I use the yellow flower on it, then yeah, I make an amazing straight and flush and I just win. I got a ton of creativity. And a little bit of bravery. It's been a long month of being cooped up indoors while it poured rain and everything got too muddy and gross to play outside. You and the other teens are in the lounge, again, and everyone's getting a little antsy. Tangent and Cal are bickering about something, and Dis must be bored enough that he's letting Mars paint his fingernails. Oh my god. And that's cute. Anemone is trying to do a dance she learned from the holovids, and she's failing miserably. The sound of her music fills the room. You're starting to feel a little off too, but like, it's weird. Like, you want to yell, but at the same time, you want to take off all your clothes and streak through the colony square. Anemone dances a little too close to Mars's collection of nail polish, bumping into the table and sending them all and herself clattering to the floor. Hey, watch it, Dis snaps. Dance your stupid dance somewhere else. It's not stupid, Anemone sniffles from the floor. You don't have to be so mean to me. Boo-hoo, Mars teases. What are you going to do? Dance about it? Oh, you're all so childish. Who even cares? Hey, everyone just shut up, Cal exclaims from across the room. Honestly, you fight all the time. You stay inside where it's nice and dry, and you don't appreciate how hard everyone else is working. It's just whine, whine, whine. Oh my god. You're not better just because you work outside, Tange joins in. You're not special, Cal. If I wanted to, I could work outside. She opens her holopalm and flies her fingers over the screen. There, see? Next month I'll be working in geoponics. How do you like that? Then you can nag me about my soft hands all you want. Everything is going fine. Yeah, a bunch of pubertal teenagers. Unicott pokes her head in from the command corridor. Children, keep it down. We can hear you all the way from the bridge. Oh my god. Everyone goes quiet for about a second and then explodes into arguing again. Unicott throws her hands in the air and retreats down the hallway in defeat. Fight, fight, fight. Oh my god, what do I pick here? Everyone's fighting over nothing. Time for the children to throw hands. I think Time to Go Wild is likely to be the funniest one, though. Time to go wild. Somehow the rambunctious group tumbles into your quarters. Thankfully, your parents are out. Everyone keeps fighting and it's starting to get physical. Mars and Anemone get into a shouting match, and Cal and Dis join in too. Tangent yells from the sidelines, cheering when Mars knocks Anemone right on her butt. Do you think not having younger children besides this current teenager? They're younger kids, we just don't know them that well. Ouchie, Anemone whines, still sniffling. Okay, fine. I'm sorry for knocking over your stupid nail polish. Mars tosses her hair over her shoulder. Apology accepted. You can pick them up while you're down there. She flashes onto your bed. Now I'm bored. I can't believe I'm bored of bossing people around. Wait, Dis says, jumping up. We should play Spin the Bottle. Everyone looks in surprise that Dis suggested it, but you can tell they're all kind of into the idea. Your tummy flips over in a way that's not uncomfortable. A kissing game. Oh my god. Yeah, we are teenagers. Yes, spin the bottle. Everyone giggles nervously, but more courageous voices prevail, and soon you're grabbing a bottle to spin to sort out partners. Your palms... You are like 2. We're all 13 here. We're all 13 or older. Cal is older, I think. Yeah, he's 15. And Mars is 14. Your palms sweat as the bottle spins on your turn. Spinning, spinning until it falls on. Dis. Oh my god. Everyone hoots and hollers Dis, but he looks completely unbothered. In fact, he looks excited. He unbuttons his shirt collar and slicks his hair back, giving you an exaggerated eyebrow wiggling come hither look that sends everyone into hysterics. Oh no. I mean, I'm pretty brave. Give everyone a show. You wiggle over to Dis, matching his energy as you grab him and sweep him into a big, showy kiss. Everyone laughs and yells as you kiss for 5, 10, no, 15 whole seconds before letting him go. Dis wants to flirt and know. I mean, it seems like he does. Dis collapses back to his position on the floor with a silly smile. Aw. Everyone keeps playing, but the bottle never lands on you again. Mars and Tangent both get each other on their turns, making Tange go completely red, as both times Mars plants a chivalrous kiss right on her lips. Aw. The next day, you all feel terrible. It feels like your arms and legs are made out of lead, and it takes so much energy to do anything. You can barely make it out of bed. All the energy from yesterday has been drained out of you and then some. It lasts for a week. Some of you can't even get out of bed, and when you do, your moods are all over the place. Aggressive, sulky, impulsive, until your batteries run out and you sleep for over 12 hours straight. You're resting in the lounge with your friends, watching holovids and grazing on roasted pixie beans, when your dad and Chief Engineer Instance come soaring through the door. You, Instance snaps, smacking the bowl of piggy beans out of Mars's hands. Stop eating those this instant. Mars looks like she's about to smack some sense into Instance, but your dad steps in. I'm sorry, everyone. We were wrong about the pixie beans. They're not safe for you kids to be eating. You've been feeding us poison? Mars shrieks. Oh, you. Do my dads know you tried to kill me? Your dad spreads his hands. No, they're not don't worry, Mars, calm down. They're not poison. There's just a chemical in them that hyperbonds to estrogen and testosterone, your big teenage growing hormones, and the brain likes binding to that new macromolecule a lot more than the regular kind. It's been making your moods unpredictable and causing periods of hypo and hypermania. When Mars just stares blankly at him, he laughs awkwardly. Translation, he says, it's been making you kids act silly and sick. I'm sorry. Instance frowns. If it's doing this to kids, it's not long until it builds up enough to affect the rest of us too. Until further notice, no one is to eat a single pixie bean. Your dad looks distraught. Flulu was right, he says, collapsing in a nearby chair and rubbing his eyes. She didn't trust these things, but shit, she's still going to be pissed that we don't have another successful food source. You look at him in shock. You hardly ever see him swear. It must be worse than you think. Your dad says,
"Don't shoot! I'm with the science team!"
Aw. Yo, thank you for the resub. So that's good regarding your food supply? Yeah! Be careful, yeah. Nice food supply you had there. Anemone is munching on a container of cut up pieces of dust melon. My mom is kind of bossy, but she makes a great lunch. Gotta keep your strength up. You ever seen that before? Do you like eating potato peels? No, I mean to save. Boiled boots do well this time of year. Yeah, rip our food supply. Is there any way to, like, see our colony food supply? They can make a fine cake and fix with sawdust. Yeah, Glow is the season where monsters attack the colony every year. See you, Trident. I think I play sports ball to try and get my bravery up a bit more. the dark is really hard. You lose a lot of sports balls under the bleachers and in dark corners this month. So it's glow-in-the-dark paint, so that's easy to spot the ball. But it gets rejected for not being a serious concern. Interesting. Well, this is interesting with these two. In fact, we can do something like this. With our many, many logs. Draw an extra card at the start of challenge. Oh, it's another draw card perk. Good. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be an attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. You're collecting glowflies in the geoponics gardens with Cal and Anemone when the sirens begin to wail. You all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to help defend their farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. Anemone declares she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. She knows in a good spot. I'm going to help defend the gates because I'm really brave. You scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with a seething wall of Hawkeyes. You kind of thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. And not just Hawkeyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you can see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs, and at least one giant many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls. It's dark and chaotic. So am I right in understanding that the reason why it gets so dark during glow is that the sun disappears behind the horizon, which kind of suggests it's like we're near the poles? Or is there some other reason for it? Anyways, they all seem to be... Zolana, he shouts, get to safety. You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea. But then you look up and see Anemone shouting encouragement from up on the wall. Fight bravely. Making up with guts for what you lack in real sense or skill, you charge him without a plan or a real weapon. I can't change gear during an event. You're immediately rammed in the side by what looks like a living pile of rocks, and you go down. You see sky, then dirt, then sky again as you're tossed through the air. And before you land in a heap at the base of the wall, through the ringing in your ears, you can hear Anemone screaming for Calm to help. It goes into the wormhole in the sky? Oh, okay. You stumble to your feet, body vibrating with adrenaline. You can feel blood trickling over your face. And it hurts like someone stabbing you in the chest when you breathe. Calm runs over and sends bolts of energy coursing from his stun gloves to the creature, but being mostly comprised of rock, it seems unfazed. It does, however, swing its head to look at him, giving you a chance to flee. I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna try and be a hero anyway. I got good cards. Card gets +3. Interesting. I'll do that. Now, something like this is a really good combo. How do I arrange it, though? Like this? Wait a second. Yeah, that makes it straight. And then I can also throw some logs on this to make it an 8. And make it an even bigger straight. A 1 would be most appropriate there, I think. If I wanted to do something like that. But yeah, I should end up using a ton of logs for this. Someone tell me if she fucked up when I'm back from dinner. Wait, this works. Just barely, but it works. Holy shit. I did it. Holy fuck. Got a little bit of combat. Your broken body is leaking like a garden hose, but somehow, you manage to improvise a spear out of a bit of rebar from the ever-present construction and throw yourself at the gargantuan creature. You and Calm duck and weave around the monster, him getting his attention, and you jamming your spear into its armored body, looking for weak points. It seems impossible, the thing is all rock. You can feel yourself beginning to lose hold of reality, your vision fuzzing out at the edges. Finally, Calm yells, "There!" as it roars. You lunge for its snapjaw mouth and jam the spear in and up. You can feel its flesh parting as the spear lodges up in its brain cage and sticks, and the spear is ripped out of your hands as the creature howls in pain and rears up on its hind legs. With a mighty crash, it collapses to the ground. Holy shit. Oh my god. Palm limps over to you and supports you before you crumple with it. He says, "I don't know how we did that," he says, awestruck, "but it's probably the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. The most stupid," he laughs, "but also the coolest. Come on, let's get you to medbay, hero." Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. "I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke," your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan. The fields, the lights. "Okay," your dad replies, taking her hands across the tabletop. "We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics." They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to a smile. "Hey, Rutabaga." Then he sees that you're limping. Still a little loopy from the medbed. "Solana, what happened? Are you hurt? What happened to the fields?" Your mom stands up. "Don't worry about that," she snaps. "Get to bed. It's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up." Official vegetable of World War II? Oh, hey, our appearance has changed now that we're age 14. Everyone's appearance has changed. I need to rest because I'm injured. Tangent looks up from her holopalm, blinking as her eyes refocus on the middle distance, and then on you. Her previously long hair is gone, buzzed close to her scalp. You almost didn't recognize her when you first saw her. You wonder if it was caused by a lamb accident or something. "Hello, Solana," she says, already cagey. "Do you need something?" "Hair, what's up with your hair?" "It's too hot here," she says dismissively. "If evolution hasn't seen fit to solve problems, then adaptive behaviors will have to do." Oh my god. "I'm into a woman with short hair." Tange stares at you blankly for a few seconds, trying to figure out if you're making fun of her. "Your opinion is noted," she says finally. "Thank you." Tange turns back to her reports. "It's not about looking good," she says. "This is simply more efficient." Anemone scratches at her cheek, then scowls as a bit of blue scales flake off. "Stupid acne," she mutters. "On top of everything else, I got this too." Hi, Dis. You find Dis sitting in the mouth of one of the wall's drainage sewers. In wet season, excess rainwater is diverted out here so it doesn't flood inside the walls. In the meantime, it looks like Dis is setting up a little base here with pillows and a stash of snacks. His alien communication device hisses with static. He looks up from his holoscreen as you pop your head inside the drain. Hey, Solana, he says quietly before going back to the game he'd been playing. What are you playing? You haven't heard of it, he says without looking it up. I made it myself. You squeeze into the narrow drain and sit down next to Dis. On his holopad is a picture of Mars, and you watch him drag a match from the sidebar and drop it on her face. Little animated flames wiggle over the picture, leaving parts of it looking charred. It's pretty crude, but you think you get the point. Oh my god. What happened with Mars? Same thing that always happens, he says. He resets the game, then drags a bomb from a sidebar onto a picture of Mars. It explodes and the picture disintegrates. She booked my name down for every appointment with the nano printer because she thinks my clothes are always torn up and dirty all the time. So I got in trouble for wasting resources. Wow. She sucks so much. I tried to tell them it was her, but Mars never gets in trouble. Everyone likes her. I was already a teen as a kid. Now he is teen squared. Yeah. But it's fine. I don't need anyone to like me. I don't care if they hate me. I hate them. Where did you learn to do that? It's pretty simple. Dis says the light from his holoscreen reflects in his eyes as he looks at you in the gloom. People on Earth used to make this kind of stuff all the time, and I have a lot of time to learn new things. Aw. Oh, I see. Why don't you just talk to Mars? Yeah, right. Talk to Mars? No way. She'll just make fun of me even more. Why should I bother? I don't care. Aw. Do you go to engineering much? Mars asks. I tried to talk to Tangent because she never wants to just hang out anymore. Now since she got to start working on that big project. Mars snaps her gum. You know about that, right? Or am I just special? Particularly run the whole command center. That's it? You're not impressed? OMG, what does it take? She stomps away, presumably to write an angry post on the colony social media about people who just don't understand how hard she works. You roll your eyes. Mars is angry for now. Aw. Hi, Cal. You find Cal in the gardening shed, splitting his lunch with socks. Here, girl, eat up, he says, feeding her little nuggets of cubed trippet by hand. She chirps and whines about his arm, waving her little feet. He sees you and jumps, then relaxes when he realizes it's only you. She usually just eats a little bit of the harvest, he confides sheepishly, but with everyone watching the food so closely, I didn't want to get her to get in trouble. Aw. There's trouble in paradise. It's not paradise, yeah? Socks appears to still be growing. I need to relax. Relax on the walls. You entertain yourself by throwing snowballs down at people from your hideaway on top of the wall. It's a lot of fun to watch them whip around and certain where the snowballs are coming from. You're hoping your laughter doesn't give it away. Yes, I want to forget that toddler memory of discovery. It's your birthday. You wake from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing at Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself too, not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Your parents have been working around the clock since the attack last year, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Barks. We have no idea what Soxa species is the thing. trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. They asked you to ping them when you're awake so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock at the door. It's Auntie Sedent. She sweeps into your room with a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you in your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful. 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her Auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smell is as comforting as it ever was. She sits back and takes one of her hands in both of hers. Solana, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. You're becoming a young woman, but I want you to know that I will always, always be here for you, just like your mom and dad. Aww. I'm gonna get another copy of Smart for My Age. Okay, enough with the mushy stuff. She laughs and releases your hand. Well then, Miss Maturity, how about you call me Aunt Anne from now on, like the other adults do? Now, come on in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping her yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. By the way, we call her Antecedent because her name is Antecedent. Over her shoulder, you see Anemone standing in the doorway. Well, her hair, anyway. She's been growing it out, and there's no hiding it behind a corner. She skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing on your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. Okay, so given none of this can end well, she's a secret police contact and informant. I have no idea. It's very clear there are things that are both too complex for us to understand that are going on, and that the adults also will not tell us. But I have no idea what they are. Hold on, I got a bunch of pings. It's good you're both here, Anne says, now that you've both been menstruating for about a year. Anemone makes a face and mutters yuck, but Anne continues. You're both eligible for the sensation implant. Among other things, you'll prevent the bleeding and pain, the emotional roller coaster of your monthly cycle. Huh? Mom, Anemone hollers, gross. Do you have to tell everybody about my cycle? I just don't want to get pregnant, okay? Anne laughs. Well, yes, that is the among other things part, but I don't expect you two to be needing that part for a few years, right? Anemone looks disgusted by the prospect, or maybe just by her mom talking about it. Oh my god. I'm not entirely sure this is a straightforward hippie commune. Yeah, no. There's something weird ideologically going on. I could flirt with Anemone, but she's not like a good friend. Like, she's one of the kids I've spent the least time with. What's the matter? Scared? No, Anemone exclaims, punching you in the arm. No, of course not. It just super sucks that now everyone's talking about how I'm becoming a woman and how I'll finally look different than my brothers. Duh. She points at you. Don't you start too. I'll still kick your ass at sports ball, even with cramps. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh, look, birthday visitors, your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of Tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchen, seeing as I was stopping by. She pats your hand one more time. Happy birthday again, Solana. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Anemone leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs. Sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. But I don't know how the colony would manage without her in the children's creche. She says and points a fork at you. Family is more than the people that birthed you, Solana, and don't you forget it. I'm probably going to go exploring again since I have that, like, increased stats. Increased physical stats. I've been learning a lot about systems, Dis says, writing on his holopalm, like the water cycle and nitrogen cycle, food webs and decomposition, stuff like that. It's pretty cool, even if it's all textbooks from Earth. There's so much we don't know about this place. Yeah, you're more similar to your sister than you realize, Dis. Anyways, I'm gonna both give them medicinal roots for the month. Wow, Dis is uncharacteristically excited, yeah? Breaking a chemical bond both requires and releases energy. Whichever one is greater determines whether it is an exothermic or endothermic reaction, Tange says, tapping her fingers against the laboratory table. I wonder if there are similar classifications for when the bonds between family are broken and new ones are created with others. Oh my god. She sighs. Chief Engineer Instance is the closest I have to what a family is supposed to be. Here, I have something for you. This is interesting. Yeah, this is no more response. You're just more of a field biologist than a lab one? Yeah. But don't mix chemistry and psychology. Yeah, Tange, like, really shows that she's not as, like, smart and mature as she thinks whenever she talks about relationships with other people. She's very autistic kid, desperately trying to pretend to be an adult. Gifted kid disease, yeah. The prosaic plains lie far to the north of the colony, where the higher elevation and natural tilt of the planet makes bromidic snow fall more regularly every season. Oh, that's why it's acidic. It has bromide in it? Though prone to sudden storm flurries, the plains are a relatively safe place to explore, filled with mostly herbivorous xenofauna. Valley of Vertigo. The Valley of Vertigo is a low-lying trench to the east that's dense with pollen-producing trees. There's a wide variety of edible food here, both plant and animal product, leading to some of the explorers calling this place the breadbasket of Vertumna. There are a number of animals here that geoponics would be interested in domesticating. The Western Resting Ridge. This tongue-twisting region is the broken spine of the planet, home to both dizzying heights and abyssal lows. It's always hot and arid here, no matter the season. Traversing these steep chasms is dangerous and only to be done by those with sufficient glider training. However, there are some interesting ruins here to explore. Subaqueous Swamp. I'm not sure settling on this planet was a good idea. Neither am I. To the south is a vast boggy wilderness, home to dangerous animals and hazardous weather conditions. Exploration in this area is only to be done with extreme caution. Yeah, let's survey the plains again. Hello, Utopia. Utopia is sorting through stuff the foragers have brought back, putting them into bins to either get analyzed or taken straight to the kitchens. Hey, sweet, she says, not even looking up. You headed out? You and Dis take care of each other out there, okay? She sighs. I've got to get through all this today, but before day's end. She says, it'll take me all day. Unless you're herring to help out? Sure. An assortment of mushrooms. All right, here's a simple one. Which one of these fellas is poisonous? Pick the right ones. Right, because I have enough perception. Mushrooms? You got this. You know what kind of mushrooms are served in the canteen, and it's easy to pick them out of the assortment. We won! We won! We killed it! Great work, sweets, Utopia exclaims, a big smile on her face. You're a regular pig. Don't worry, that's a compliment. On Earth, they used to use pigs to sniff out berry mushrooms. Go out there and dig us up some, why don't you? Finish up what you were doing on the survey team. But come back next month and I'll put you with the foragers. You'll be in the Valley of Vertigo. It's one of the best places to forage for wild berries and other edibles. Interesting. So they start reselling my bread? It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Loud. It sounds like it's getting closer. Suddenly a massive, impossibly tall something. Oh, it's this one again. Yeah, the trees are more like fungi than plants. Crawl through it. Ow. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Alright, I should equip the fucking plas cutter. Merge to the other side and look back at the tunnel you made. Take a break and play in it. You make a snow buddy, or at least you try. The tiny blue crystals don't pack together very well, and the stuff quickly melts just from the heat of your body. The acidic snow gives you a hot, scratchy rash between your fingers. You probably should have worn gloves. You praise your lumpy snow buddy. It looks a little sad. Maybe you just need some accessories. With some twigs and grass and a weird kind of jelly you find seeping out of the ground, you give your buddy antlers and fur. It's kind of like a snow bush bub. See ya, Trident. Oh yeah, we've seen this one before. Repeat the pattern. Oh my god, that portrait at this level of stress is funny. There's not much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. You find it particularly beautiful. A little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket. Round lakes dotting the land like glimmering mirrors of sky. Dis is scouting further ahead. He was eager to find some adventure. Catch up with Dis. There's no adventure where Dis is either. This is some peaceful territory right here. Boring! Oh my god. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna. Oh, this one, yeah. It's perception that I need to get up next. Card becomes physical. Okay. I think I want to keep the cards with gems. And instead just do something like this. With just a little bit more, that could be a That could be a straight. Well, also it would be, actually no, it would be a straight if I just do this. And there's the super goal. Could have gotten 33 on the last round, okay. Not a big deal either way. Almost got perception up to the next level. You climb up a tree and get an angle from above, not disturbing your subject. It comes out great. Very avant-garde. Utopia's glad for the shot. Neat. It's a herding sunbiter. No, a whole herd of them. Your creatures that you personally discovered and got to name. Study them. I want to keep this for a straight later. So instead, play something like this. Then we have 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. This is +1 for each gem on other cards, and I have a couple cards with gems I can play. Like, say... I could have gone slightly higher, but whatever, I made the super goal. Collectibles respawn faster and more slots are filled. Neat. You've seen this herd a few times traveling through this stretch of wilderness. All day they bask in the sun on the top of a plateau. Now that evening is coming, they're coming down into the plains to forage. They like to hang out in big groups and mostly lie around all day being lazy. Sounds like the life. Utopia's happy to have more information on the herding sunbiter. More collectibles! Wow, lots more collectibles. A bush bub. I'm gonna try picking the fruit again. The bush bub rises and roars with anger. Yep, you knew it wouldn't be happy. Calm it down, animals. Two, 3, and I'll do something like this, because I have so many logs anyways. I can do 2, 3, 4, 5. In a couple of different ways, in fact. Ow. Hi, Jen Boob. Two, 3, 4, 5. And then just this to make the flush. I've gotten 32, but it's not a big deal. I would have just gotten some kudos. I'm really close to getting the next level of animals, too. Only take a little. Scramble up and pluck a few fruits from its back. It lumbers off into the forest. Okay, time to go home. Late quiet. Okay, nothing new or interesting to say. I hate it here, she spits, sputtering. Giant bugs, constant peril, climate. We were better off on the ship. She grimaces. Many humans carry the erroneous belief that we are great explorers, but I cannot see how that is true. It would be better if we could photosynthesize or breathe gases other than oxygen or endure a greater range of temperatures. No, you see, all humans ever had going for us is that until now, there have been more than enough of us to die idiotic deaths when I'm making a dent in our overall reproductive fitness. This is so funny because as a little kid, she had a conversation about how humans are like natural explorers and we're going to colonize the galaxy. They're digging up root vegetables and frowning. They're so small this year. Maybe there's just not enough nutrients in the soil. Is it something we're doing wrong? And instead of resting, I can go buy Cala cake. Woo! I was working in a hole a lot lately, Vivi, and it was a lot less romantic than even that description implies. Maybe I should finally do some defense training. I do need to also get my reasoning up. But it needs to be something physical this month because I still have the heroic status. I think what I do is defense training. You attend your first session of Security Chief Rhett's self-defense classes. It's a small class, mostly security officers and other adults. You and Anemone are the only kids. She gives you a wink and a cheesy thumbs up as you listen to Rhett rant about how everyone in the colony needs to learn self-defense. You could be walking alone thinking you're safe within the walls and a flying animal could swoop out of the sky. Then what would you do? I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to chop that beast right in the throat. Yeah! He points at the assemble class, but only if you learn what I'm about to teach you. And the only way to learn is by doing. Who wants to volunteer for a demonstration? Step forward. The security chief doesn't scare you, or so you pretend. Rhett is like the biggest adult you know, and he's so intense. You step forward, and Rhett nods as he crouches down. Okay, he says, I'm a manticore stalking you through the forest. What do? I run away. There's a smattering of laughter among the other students, but you have to live your truth. If you see a manticore, you are out. Rhett doesn't laugh. That's correct, he says proudly. Only engage with the enemy when there's no other alternative. No one walks away from a fight without getting hurt, so the first rule of self-defense is to not put yourself in situations where you need to fight. Once you've learned situational awareness, we'll move on to hand-to-hand self-defense, drawing in a variety of martial arts. Only when I'm confident that you're ready will we advance to weapons. There aren't that many weapons in the colony, mostly stun gloves and batons with a few plas rifles. You hope you don't have to use them, but it'll be good to know how. The oldest lesson, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Exactly. Targets +2, interesting. So the thing I can obviously do is something like this. If I had a forward that I could put there, it would, like, be great. But instead, I'll just extend the flush a bunch. I could have gotten higher, but I got the super goal anyways. +6 combat, +2 animals. You spot Tangent leaning against the wall outside engineering. She's yawning, rubbing her eyes, and staring off into space. She startles as you walk up. Oh, Solana, I was just taking a short break. Yawns are infectious. Joining in yawn too. Did you stay up all night too? I don't even remember when I slept last. It might have been a few days ago. You haven't slept in 2 days? More like 3. He replies, then pauses for another jaw-cracking yawn. But as I said, I'm tired. Even my enhanced body has limitations. You look at her quizzically. I don't need to sleep as much as other people. It's a genetic what's it, she says foggily. You know, a DNA enhancement. I guess sometimes even I forget to do it. I guess I should set myself a reminder. Hollow, add to schedule, sleeping nightly, 2300 for 3 hours. Her hollow palm emits a tone in response. That should do it, she murmurs. Her eyes are practically closed. Find her some place to take a nap. Tange follows you obediently into the engineering wing, too tired to protest. You slip into medbay to grab a blanket and pillow off the shelf. By the time you return, Tange has already fallen asleep, curled up in an egg chair in the waiting area. You gently place the blanket over her, and she hums happily before going slack with much needed sleep. A pair of Dorbs moth flutter overhead. They're the worst, he says, frowning. We gotta find a better place to put the grain, because they get in everywhere. You'd be surprised what kind of hole they can squeeze through. Okay. Hello, Dad. You can hear your dad sneeze all the way from engineering. It's explosive, like he's trying to scare away predators. He's wiping his nose as you approach on a handkerchief blotted with shimmering pink. Lately, he's also surrounded by a fine dusting of pink pollen that clings to him wherever he goes. You keep brushing the glitter off things in your quarters. He gives you a hug, then brushes pollen off your shoulder, laughing self-consciously. You haven't heard him laugh much lately. He's been working hard trying to improve the colony's food supply. He's showing signs of malnourishment too, though Mom is worse. You're worried for both of them. Your dad's skin is kind of shiny in patches. He sees you staring and rubs his hands over his arm. Sparkling dust poofs off of him in little clouds, scintillating in the light. Oh yeah, that's a new symptom, he says. This seems harmless, though. You should be wearing your mask and hide this beautiful face, especially now that it sparkles. Makes a big show of checking his pockets. Huh, I guess I must have left my respirator back in the greenhouse. Oh, why can't he just take care of himself? Your dad sniffles. Gosh, I feel like someone stuffed a whole potato pod up my nose. I could just poke a stick up there and pop fresh potato juice. He just grins. What, Dad? What? It's true. You follow his gaze out of the field and lands outside the gate. I wonder if the foragers could use an extra hand, he muses to himself. Yeah, maybe I'll join them out there tomorrow. Neither of your parents are taking proper care of themselves. They're so stressed from the poor harvest and low food supplies. They try not to let you see it, but you can tell. Maybe your dad is right. A little seasonal illness is nothing compared to the danger of running out of food. Your mom mutters to herself as she pulls potatoes from the ground in clusters barely larger than your palm. Still, you hear her say, before her head jerks up and she sees you standing there. Aw. Yeah, the food is not going great. So boring here, I'm literally watching my hair grow. Wow, Mars, that's amazing. Ah. The funny thing is this month I gotta give Cal another cake and then rest the next month, but I might as well just rest. The planning for this venture was suboptimal, yeah. Relax in the park. You play with your hop solo while you hang out in the gardens. They're pretty well behaved, never straying too far into the underbrush, and always coming back when you call their name. Extra bond with it. Another Hopeye shyly approaches out of the long grass. Your Hopeye goes totally still, then lets out a happy shitter and bounces off to greet the stranger. They touch noses, then hop around each other twice. They disappear for a few minutes into the underbrush, long enough that you begin to get concerned. Finally, Hop Solo bounces back to you and nuzzles against your leg. I mean, we're not quite hippies, given we had like an uneasy experience watching the colony's logging operation, just kind of like destroying the ecology around us. Finally, Hop Solo bounces back to you and nuzzles against your leg. They want to be picked up and cuddled, so you pop them underneath your shirt and carry them like a baby the rest of the way. Aw. You play with your Riki Tiki, hanging out with them just outside the walls. It's uneventful, which is exactly what you need. You try to teach them some simple commands. Stay, follow, speak. It's adorable watching them tilt their head from side to side when they're trying to figure something out. They don't seem to really get it, but you get the impression they're trying. You quickly realize that the Riki must be named after the sound they make when they're happy. A whirring clicking noise. For a weird spider tentacle creature, it's really cute. Mechanically, I want to forget about the pink candy. However, it feels really horrible to forget about that. I imagine people in the chat who weren't here for the first stream might not know why I'm saying that about the pink candy. So remember what I mentioned when it was mentioned early on that a kid died? What happened was she told us about how Antecedent was making cotton candy for the first time, and she was gonna go try it. And we went there, and our friend Tammy was like, "Oh yeah, we'll be there later." And then she never shows up, so we saved some cotton candy for her, and then we learned and then we find out later that evening that like shortly after Tammy said bye, I gotta go do something before I go get cotton candy with you. She fucking died in an accident. And so we just like look at the cotton candy we were saving for her and we're like, fuck. We were like 11. Put the bad memory in the box. Yeah. And put a stack of books in the box. Cotton candy related trauma. No, I don't want to forget about it actually mechanically. Because otherwise I'll have trouble making straights. You're at lunch with your parents. Oh, also, my pet card should have gotten upgraded. You're at lunch with your parents. Sliced soy cakes and watery broth again. Great. When they put down their cutlery and look at each other, and then you. So Lana, your mom says, there's something we should tell you. We've tried to sell to you for some things, but we think you should know why we've been working so hard in geoponics. There's a meeting after lunch, and I want you to come with us. Okay. You follow your parents to the council room. Mars has also tagged along, and you take a seat near them as your mom and Aunt Anne stand to address the council. After Udicott officially calls the meeting, she gestures to your mom. I'm not going to mince words, your mom says firmly. All of our efforts to increase food production in geoponics have failed, especially given the failure of the pixie beans. The destruction of the fields during the last attack put the nail in our coffin. By the end of the year, the colony will run out of food. The rest of the council murmurs in concern. You and Mars exchange horrified looks. You've been doomsaying about our food supply for 2 years, Flulu. Rhett questions. Do you mean to say we're past the point of no return? Your mother nods grimly. I'm afraid so. Even with rationing, without securing a Vertumnan food source, our supplies will run out by wet season. She gestures to Anne, whose face is grave. Anne and I have gone over the supplies and come up with food plans. We've crunched the numbers. Your mom sighs and spreads her hands. I'm sorry, geoponics should have been producing better by now. We should have been able to wean ourselves off of soy rations. During wormhole transit, when we lost our hydroponics in the hull breach, she sighs again. I know I've said it so many times, but our crops just don't grow here. We needed those algae tanks. We needed the microbial soil from Earth. Why weren't we told earlier? Yeah, Mars agrees. Why weren't we told? We have a right to know. We live here too. She stands up and slams her hands on the table. We've been here for 4 years and we could have been helping this whole time. And all you did was have meetings about it. The council looks at Mars with surprise and then contempt. Udicott chuckles weakly. Imagine being carried for so long and being upset that your feet could not be cut by the rocks. She waves one shaking hand. Seeing the future is the privilege of youth. Thank goodness we have them to point out our flaws. Mars sits back down again, confused by Udicott's words, but fuming at her dismissive tone. So what do we do now? Instance asks. Starving to death isn't an option. No, it isn't. Your mom replies, we need to secure a food source this year before our rations run out. We're working double shifts in geoponics, but it's not enough. We need more people planning, tending, turning the soil. We need more hands. Oh cool, we dying? I can pull back the surveyors and focus on foraging native plants Utopia offers. Even the young folks can help if they've proven themselves around the survey equipment. I'll send out a holo message later. Gain status, starving. Oof, this has been the burden of geoponics for too long. It's time we all step up for our future. The city must survive, send the child to the mines. Hi, Trident. I see you're throwing things at me. Ow. And thank you for reminding me to hydrate and check my posture. So this it decreases physical skill increases. There's not going to be a Vertumnalia festival this year. Look, just because we don't have a harvest festival doesn't mean we can't have a party. Look, it's literally the only culture we have on this stupid rock. Can't we at least pretend things are okay? Aw. I guess Monster Mouth off? Vertumnalia isn't only about the harvest. Tyan chuffs, crossing her arms. Speaking as someone who's dominated the science fair 3 years running, canceling it just because of a bad harvest is punishing everyone who participates in the other events. Oh my god. I figure there's not really going to be a harvest festival this year, but it still sucks. I used to watch a lot of videos. I don't know why. It's all garbage. Who cares about this stuff? It's not real. This gestures to the wilderness. That's real. Still fuck's nice. Yeah, I misspoke. I guess I joined foraging. Oh, that gets biology too, but my biology's already maxed. I'm literally the best biologist in the colony. Utopia greets you warmly as you muster for your first expedition with the foraging team. Solana, I'm glad you could make it. We need everyone we can get out here right now, boosting our food supplies. I'm ready to sniff out those tasties. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack. More like a basket than a pack. Use your holopalm to identify edible and medicinal plants and just throw them in here. I'll sort them back at base camp. Oh, and keep on the lookout for creatures. It's pretty peaceful out there in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow, pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path and don't get lost. We don't call it the Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? Oh my god, you can flirt with her. Right? She's 27. She's like almost twice our age. Will Dis be here this time? Nah, Dis is good at finding new things, just not so much the same things over and over. You'll be okay though. You won't be alone out there and you're doing important work. Hold up, Solana. We're also investigating some species we might domesticate. Those we'll want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivorous creatures that already live in herds and either produce something edible or reproduce quick enough that we can slaughter them for meat. The incredibly embarrassing crush for your incredibly hot teacher's rites of passage, yeah? I figure she shoots us down. Something about the ground here draws your attention. It's oddly lumpy. What's up with that? Scope it out. -3 to cards with higher values now, and I don't have anything with a higher value than that. And then I don't have a real reason to play anything else. I like how the physical cards often have drawbacks. They're often like really high values with drawbacks. And then the intellectual cards often have like upsides that boost them, and the social cards have upsides that boost other cards. It's interesting thematically. I think we just play something like that, because there's not much we can do otherwise. Your previous xenofauna research has really helped the food situation, yeah. Huh, okay. Oh, but I have the +2 to cards with gems one. Yes, that adds a shit ton, actually. If that was one less, we'd actually get more. But we get the super goal. I could have gotten slightly more, 38. Whoa, it's a potato minefield. Underground, the recent rain has swelled the young melons to bursting. You better watch where you step or you end up knee deep in potato juice. Forage one. They're so dang heavy, the calorie-weight ratio isn't optimal. Most are too young, but you find a ripe one, dig it up, and roll it back to the depot. A curious Riki blocks your path. It's acting strange. It keeps scurrying up trees and hanging hanging upside down to get a different angle to look at you, then dropping down when you try to pass underneath. It may be small, but it's at least attempting to be intimidating. That must mean something. It's not interested in your pet, Riki. It's interested in you. Even Riki Tiki looks unsure and hides between your legs. Approach it. Okay. And then I don't have 3, but I can make a 3. Oh, look at this. Plus 2 cards of gems. I'm gonna do this just to force it. There we go. Super goal. The Riki runs up your leg. It's a giant spider thing, and it's got weird tentacles, and get it off! The urge to dance around and shake it off is almost uncontrollable, but you manage to keep your cool. The Riki tastes you with its tentacle feeler legs, but doesn't look interested in causing you harm. It pokes at your backpack, trying to get in, then gives up and scurries off. A cluster of mushrooms. Are they edible? There's only one way to find out. Identify the mushrooms. God, I draw so many cards because of cards like Native Hybrid. This one is keep between rounds, so... Identify them by eating them? Yeah. It would be so funny if you could just die like that. I'm gonna do this. This means we have so many logs and I want to get a head start. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Could have actually gone a bit more. I got some biology, which doesn't do anything because I have max biology. You determine that these mushrooms aren't only poisonous, but explosive as well. You mark their location down on your holopalm so other foragers know to stay clear of the area. And Kutopia rings you a few kudos for good scouting. You put the mushroom in your mouth, kaboom! Turns out the mushroom explodes when it comes into contact with the moisture. Probably shouldn't be eating random mushrooms, yeah. A line of termite-like insects crosses the path here. Curious, you follow them to the destination. A massive sponge-like hive of crawling bugs writhing with life. The bugs are tending to larvae nested in the holes of the sponge, feeding on the rich royal jelly that oozes from the hive. You step in for a closer look and hear a warning hiss from above. Atop the hive is a queen, whatever it is. Wait, no. She is the hive. Wait, this is a squeeger hive. Her abdomen has swollen and lodged in the ground here, but running her immobile, but not defenseless. The hive queen groans and growls at you, and the air prickles with a burning flavor of acid. She must have some sort of defensive acid spray. The chili looks pretty edible, though. Wait in and harvest some stat. If only I had 4. But I can... use a Xeno egg to get the 4. It's -2 to neighboring social cards. +2 to cards with gems, which makes that 6. And that becomes 4. And I can do this and this. Wow, I just barely pull out the win. You get in there. I get stress. Milking the squeeger. You get in there and squeeze out some jelly from one of the hive queen's many holes, somehow managing not to get sprayed but too badly by your acid. Some lands on your arm and then the back of your hand and sizzles briefly, but you keep your calm long enough to escape with your bounty. Gross, gross, supremely gross, yes. I'm gonna go explore both ways to see if there's items to pick up. Oh. You find a trippet, a large tasty plant, kind of? You've heard it's sort of like an animal too, like a lot of creatures on Vertumnus, kind of defies classification. Whatever, it's huge, it's practically taller than you are. Harvest some stalks. The plant shudders, analyze the shudder. If only I had a 4. Think of the candy, Vivi. I think I want to hold on to the rest. Oh, something that scales with gems. Thank you. Just barely. I can make it more by using some logs. And probably hit the super goal. Yeah. This planet is alive and sentient like an animal. It is definitely not happy that you're ripping its limbs off. It's hard to tell if it's in pain, really, but you'd say discomfort at least. All the same, stop. Yeah, no, something about what you're doing just feels wrong. You make a note on your map where it is, but oddly you never find it again. Oof. Makes it hard to see your hand even in front of your face. It's a good thing you have a helmet with a filter. It's not perfect though, and it doesn't help visibility. Be patient and look carefully. The pollen clouds eventually shift, giving you glimpses of something obstructing the path. It looks like a snap bladder, an infamously territorial predator around these parts. When they're heavily pregnant, they use the pollen fog to pick off their prey. Carefully avoid the creature. In the middle of a crater of flowers sits a massive egg, easily larger than any egg you've seen before. It's white with red flecks and just sitting there in the middle of the empty clearing, totally out of protected. Take it. The pedestal starts moving and it starts growling. Its flowering appendages unfurl to reveal the face of a manticore. Oh no. It narrows its feline eyes at you and rumbles in warning as it stands to its full terrifying height. You figured out where the egg came from. Keep the egg and run. +2 bonus to pairs here. Interesting. Okay. In that case, I'll play like this. I think I want to make pairs like this. Ooh, just barely hit the super goal. That's a little bit more. You stumble blindly through the clearing towards the relative safety of the trees, the cumbersome egg blocking your view of your own feet. You fall a few times, just barely managing to scramble out from under the claws of the manticore. You eventually find a member of the expedition's protection squad, who fires a warning shot with her plasma rifle over the manticore's head. It roars in defiance and slinks into the trees. My character is 14. The egg's pretty addled from all the running and falling. If it was going to hatch before, it certainly won't now. You get a shit ton of kudos for it, and it's super tasty. Those eggs are manticore eggs, I guess. Those giant eggs we've been finding everywhere. I'm gonna explore to find items where I can. Ooh, this is an exclamation point. You spent some time working in geoponics, so you know your way around a plant or two. Walking through this area, you notice something different about it. The bare ground looks bouncy like a trampoline, and the plants all look weirdly stunted. Not a lot can stifle nature here, so it's honestly a little weird that there's no grasses or moss growing here. Notice the unusual biodiversity. All the plants in this clearing are oddly stunted, and there are very few grasses or weeds, as though something has sucked all the nutrients out of the soil. Or wait, is this even soil? You kneel and take a closer look. More like a kind of dense moss or coral, maybe. You press a hand into the moist, squashy substance. It smells sweet and starchy like cake. It blankets the ground here in a thick, sponge-like layer, swallowing up everything it touches. Gross, but it smells so good. You dig a large chunk of the sponge cake up to bring to geoponics. Further analysis is needed, but you have a good feeling about this one. You have a Gleba moment? Is this planet cake? I guess that part was. You're surprised when you wake up this morning and your mom and dad are both still in your quarters. Usually they're gone long before sunrise. You pull back the curtain and they look over at you with big smiles. Solana, your mom says, cuddling a mug of Blep tea in her hands as her dad rubs her feet. Good morning. Good morning? Someone didn't hear the good news. Oh, hey, we already have enough food because I got so much food from my previous actions because of my stupid biology. Wasn't it like +5 food when I got my max biology and figured out how to engineer plants to grow in the planet's soil? Which feels like it would solve a lot of problems. We're announcing it later today, but guess what, kiddo? I think we're going to be okay. Totally worth the radiation poisoning, yeah! The famine, she explains. We still need to do the work, but we pulled out of it. We got out of the spiral. We're going to be okay. Between farming and foraging, we've secured enough food to make it through until harvest next year. Just until next year? It's better than this year. We'll have to take stock again, but what we managed to do should keep paying off. And it won't take as much work next year. I'm looking forward to dinner. I haven't really cooked in ages. Wish we have, Solana. Mom should choose. That's right, it was her hard work that saved the colony. Your mom chooses a great big platter of roasted vegetables. Peppers, onions, corn. It's sweet and a little spicy and so delicious. You and your parents cook a private meal in your kitchenette. Your dad does most of the work, but you help. When you sit down for a quiet family dinner, you realize this is the first time you've done this and you can't even remember how long. You talk about your day in the most mundane way possible. It's so pleasantly normal. You don't even get close to clearing your plate since your body isn't used to so much food. But that's okay. You eat slowly and savor it. Every bite is heaven and made even better by knowing that you had a real impact on the colony's future. Yay! Is listlessly kicking a sports ball around. This is kid stuff, he says, eventually just kicking it into the garden. Sports is just like war games for kids, you know? Winners and losers and thinking like your team is the best and everyone else sucks. I just like doing important stuff now is all. I'm trying to like make my voice deep for Cal because he's like the oldest and he's a boy. Oh, I can help him with the animals. Your dad is working with the float cows. One of them is sick and isn't producing enough urine as ballast, and it keeps wanting to float away. Your dad is building a spike so that he can tie her down until she feels better. You hold onto the leash, feeling like a little kid with a balloon, a big, woolly, gassy balloon. It looks down at you with placid, unblinking eyes. You can see yourself refracted in them. Weird. Neat. Your dad used to joke that your mom got her prosthetic legs so that she could run faster than everyone else before you had gene tech. You don't think that's true. You guess she lost it in some kind of fight, but she barely ever talks about it. Except for days like today when she's stumbling around like one leg is shorter than the other. Stupid thing, she grumbles. When am I going to have time to get this thing right? Well, it's been implied. I don't think our kid has picked up on it that she was a soldier before joining the expedition. Yeah, she's still complaining about how the planet sucks. You got the worst possible run the first time? Yeah, because I'm smarter than you. Solana, you gotta help me. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies, and she has this look about her. I don't want to have any skunky babies. Why'd I gotta be in a girl body anyway? I'm tougher and stronger than lots of boys, and no one's telling them they gotta have babies. Aw. I do have a large gang of goons giving me advice, but I also know how games like this work. And also I like engineering. Yeah, I guess my decision to go super hard on biology paid off. I mean, Highland Cow, I know that the other option still leads to Tammy dying, even if you don't get cotton candy. So I guess in future runs, biology is something to min-max. I guess I should relax in the park and keep up to like make my pets better still. Do I have to do it multiple times? Because I got the thing for like increasing their bond, but they aren't any stronger. And find Cal standing over a mini empty trunk. Socks is nowhere to be seen. What happened? She's gone. I came in to see if she would eat some cornbread, and she's just gone. Look, there's a hole in her box and everything. Aw. She doesn't know how to survive on her own. What if she starves? What if something eats her? What if she's scared? She was starving here, Cal. Yeah, I couldn't find anything she would eat. No wonder she chewed her way out, I guess. He closes the lid of the box and rests his head against it. I'm so sorry, little girl, he whispers. I tried. I really did. I'll miss you so much. Aw. Did I forget the cotton candy? I think I will. I have too many better options. The bad thought goes in the box. You spot Tange sitting on a large boulder outside the lab. She's eating a pressed soy bar ration with determination, alternating bites with huge gulps of water to wash her down as quickly as possible. Rip, Triton. It'll strike you 12 years from now and you'll cry! What are you doing out here? She stops her grim work long enough to acknowledge your question. I hit the limit on the number of consecutive hours they'll allow me to work in the lab. So I'm taking a break, she says, making mocking air quotes. You know what, Tange? Maybe they're right. Maybe you should relax. Tange scowls and takes a huge bite of her protein bar, radiating defiance as she chews. They just think they can boss me around because I'm younger, she says, and takes a huge swig of water. I'm smarter than any two of them combined. Ah, Tange goes and rubs her bloodshot eyes. I just want to work, you know. It's so frustrating to be deep in the zone and feeling like I'm just on the precipice of discovery. And then someone tells me that apparently my genius is taking too long. I want them to treat me like I belong there, the way Dr. Instance does, Tange mutters. She actually respects me. They're just jealous that she likes me more. Tange slides out the boulder and you see the color bleed from her face as she stumbles into you, nearly crumpling to the ground. Oh, she grits out, leaning over while the dizziness passes. I thought the nutritional uptake of that bar would be quicker than a real meal, especially after taking into account the time required to walk to the cafeteria. She trails off, realizing she's clutching your jacket, and pushes you away. My apologies, she says, brushing herself off. I am regrettably, it seems, only human. Sometimes it feels like I'm a prisoner in my own body, like I can feel myself trapped in it. This stinking, sweating bag of meat and bad impulses. Stuck with the burden of keeping it alive every day for the rest of my life and... Aw? Wait, are you crying? Reflexive lacrimation is an evolutionary response to emotional and physical stress. Oh my god. It's just this resentment for my physical form. It reminds me of when I was little and Instance used the gene tech to give me this body. Only the right body. Only this body is wrong too. It's wrong in a lot of ways, but it's still imperfect. It's still human. Oh my god. If I were an AI, everything would be more simple. I could just do my work. I could just do what I'm good at. No messy biological functions, no emotions, just clear and beautiful purpose. I hate this. I hate feeling like this. I think you're beautiful the way you are. Aw, she doesn't like that. People finding me attractive makes me everything all better. Aw. Pain of being trapped in your own body. Aw. She wipes her eyes and straightens her jacket, then takes a deep breath and holds it for 10 seconds. Her eyes closed. By the time she opens them up again, she looks ready to go back to work as if nothing happens. Aw. Interesting. Learn tangent more. Damn. I should give both the medicinal roots. There's a lot of transhumanists who are ableists? Yes, there are. Now I'm thinking of what to do next. I should probably get some actual social skills. Like persuasion. Either that or increase my toughness. Just a little bit, probably. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. Just to increase my toughness a little bit. Work on the farm. It's a proud day for your mom. You're finally following in her footsteps. She meets you at the gate to the gardens. Hello, Sprout, she says, sounding chipper. Come on, we've got a lot to cover before you're able to keep up with the rest of us. Finally, some real farming. Your mom shows you around the fields in the geoponics domes. You'll mostly be working in the fields with the hardier earth crops like potatoes and corn, as well as the native plants we managed to cultivate. You spend the rest of the day pulling up weeds and watering plants. You're dirty up to your waist by the time it's finished, but it's good, honest work. You're proud to be able to do something that helps out the colony. Cal gives you a high five and invites you for a cool drink in the cafeteria. All the other agriculturalists join you. Of all the places in the colony you've worked, geoponics is the most like a family, maybe because they've always been your family, thanks to your mom and dad. It's interesting how this game treats farming as a mental task, which is accurate to real life, but it's not something most things do. Big straight. But that mostly gives biology, not toughness. What I wanted was mostly toughness. It's time for Vertumnalia. Oh, Vertumnalia is uncancelled. This year, you have a lot to be thankful for. As you file into the main square, you see the feast table laden with the literal fruits of your labors. Okay, if I had realized Vertumnalia was happening after all, since the famine was off, I would have gone exploring instead. Anyways, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I have returned. Do you mean misanthropic? Because misandrous is one, not a real thing, and two, doesn't make sense here. Yeah, you meant misanthropic? That's what I figured. This year, you have a lot to be thankful for. As you file into the main square, you see the feast table laden with the literal fruits of your labors. Great piles of foraged food compete for table space, with tureens overflowing with potatoes and corn, all steaming and gorgeous in the high dust sunlight. It was a lot of hard work, but you can be proud. You did this. You helped. Governor Udicott, still recovering from the effects of the rationing, her body quaking as she takes her place on the stage. My, what a year it's been. She chuckles, her voice dry and thin even through the maxophoner. Oh, big stretch. I'm so proud to stand before you today, on feast day, to enjoy the results of our hard work. This year, more than any other year, we celebrate our resolve as a community. She spreads her thin arms in welcome. Let us enjoy our blessings together. The colony applauds, and Udicott bows her head in thanks. I'm gonna do the science fair again. Tange has reworked her project from last year. You remember it, something terribly complicated about cell differentiation for Tumdan species, plant, animal, and fungus alike. She melted down when Dr. Instance pressed her on something, but this year she's all business, back and better than ever. She's not only corrected her error, but added a ton more complexity and depth to her analysis. Instance listens intently and congratulates her on a marvelous comeback. You're up next. I guess I could use this because Vertimnalia clears stress. On the torturing adults experiment? +2 reasoning. You've been studying the yearly attacks. They only happen during glow, but why? You've been graphing and analyzing surveyor data on the animals, and discovered the attacks don't correlate with natural behavior or migration patterns. You thought at first that the wormhole might agitate them. It does put off low frequency waves during glow that haven't been fully studied. So a year ago, you started monitoring the waves and realized that there were actually two waveforms, one from the wormhole and a weaker one based somewhere on the planet. During glow, when the vibrations from the wormhole are present, it seems to activate something in the planet's frequency, making it stronger and more complex. These frequencies run right through the colony like targeted beams, drawing animal migrations closer. It's almost as if something is summoning the animals. So there's some kind of intelligence on the planet that hates us? Okay. The judges are amazed. This is a huge breakthrough, and it all happened just because you wanted to win a science fair. You have a lot of work to do to be able to use this theory for forecasting the next attack. Doc Vivi's Alpha Centauri, yeah? But Red is excited to study this further. You win the science fair, hands down. After the festivities, the whole colony takes a few weeks off for break. Anemone and Calm organize a giant sports ball tournament, and Anne sets up a food stall serving sweet potato juice slushies and spiral cut potatoes on skewers. The party just keeps going. It's great. Look at this. There's mushrooms growing in this one. I didn't know that fungus could grow on bone. That's kind of like everything on this planet was designed to work together. Well, except us. There's no mineworm and wasp massing inside the colony. Your dad is helping two bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other while... Well, maybe they were wrestling. Your dad doesn't want to go into the details. Oh, of course, mating. He hefts up the larger one, and you carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they're back at it again. The heart wants what it wants, I guess. Solana, oh yeah, she's saying that again. Trident, that is kind of close to spoilers on itself that 15 is really important. I'm thinking what I want to get up next. Animals needs 1 more. Toughness needs 2 more. What was my mistake? What was your mistake, Trident? Ignoring social skills, or... Oh, the spoilers. Classic Sweet 16 moments crashing a car. Hi, Phoenix Blue. Yeah, I'm loving this game so far too. I'm apparently getting way better results than everyone else at this point. I literally need 2 toughness. I'm gonna shovel dirt just for the toughness. Is there anything better than taking a huge amount of stuff and moving it someplace else? Well, probably, you think, but there's still something satisfying about it. Oh, first collectible use is free. This is just barely a win, but I'll take it. I only need a little bit of toughness anyways. God, this stress reduction is crazy. Red cards get +1 in physical challenges. Neat. Is there anything else that gives persuasion? Other than stunning the humanities? Not yet? Okay. This doesn't give kudos, and I do have the kudos bonus, so I don't remember if it's 1 more month or 2 more. I'm just going to study humanities. It doesn't matter. I have so many kudos. Today we will be practicing our handwriting. You hear Tangent groan beside you. But congruent, she whines, why would you ever need to write by hand when we have holopalms? This exercise will be part history lesson, part future skill, Congruence tells the class. In the future, you may not always have access to holopalm technology. Our replicators and computers will break down eventually, and when they do, you will have to rely on low-tech solutions to everyday tasks. So first lesson, how to correctly hold a pencil. Get to work learning how to print by hand. It's a little bit like holding a stylus, but the texture is all wrong. Your letters are small and cramped, and you have trouble keeping them in a straight line. Tange, though, is suffering the worst. Ha, Mars laughs. Looks like we finally found something Tange isn't good at. Look, she keeps mixing up her lowercase a's and e's. Tange is used to using a stylus with her holopalm, but she's never actually drawn the letters. She fumbles like a child bashing her fists against a holopalm for the first time. It's painful to watch. You can tell she's getting more frustrated with each letter. Mars, on the other hand, has lovely penmanship. She can even write in cursive. My papa taught me when I was little, she says, showing off her paper. Cultured people know how to write for real. I'll help you, Tangent. I don't need your help. Aw. Mars laughs, but after a few minutes of tense silence, she looks over to Tangent's work. You're pressing too hard, Mars tells her softly. Loosen your grip. It's different from typing in the air with a stylus. Try moving with your shoulder instead of your wrist and fingers. Tange takes a deep breath and tries again. Yeah, stop trying to help her or empathize with her. She hates that for some reason, yeah? Mars nods and slides closer, putting her hand over Tange's and guiding her pencil on the paper. There, see, you're getting it, she murmurs. Tange's cheeks go pink. After a minute, Tange eases her tension and her writing starts to flow more naturally. Thanks, she stammers, pushing her chair away from Mars. Aw. No, we actually solved the famine, Hetza. Who are we eating? No, we did foraging, and also, it's funny because the famine lasted exactly 1 month. Because I think my like previous discovery of like how to bioengineer plants to work better in the soil, like it gave him a ton of food, and I already had like a ton of progress on food. Yes, I am a hero. You're in famine, eat dis. He's an easy scapegoat. Let's forge in the valley again. Even if only for kudos. You're a trophy Lysenko of this planet? No, but my ideas worked. Phoenix Blue, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I went hard on biology just because I'm a real life biologist and I thought it would be fun. I heard a float cows are grazing nearby. Try to capture one. Try to kill one, God. Wait a second. He is too greasy. Why do I still remember crawling around as a baby? To fuck with my deck building? Yeah. Actually. We should meet Mars instead. She's a bully. Wow, that's not enough. That's not remotely enough. That brings us closer. Yeah, I'm gonna redraw my hand. I just need a better hand. Would that be a good compromise for everyone? So we can do is this to force it into to force it to be a straight. Oh, and now we can push through. Eventually, you pick out one young female that looks underfed and moves more slowly than the others. She seems like an outcast. The others won't let her eat, and they keep chasing and harassing her. She should be easier to catch, and as malnourished as she is, maybe even easier to tame. You get a lasso around her and hold her down while she whines in terror and releases her piss ballast to try to get away. You're in the blast radius, but you hold firm. You're able to bobble her along with behind you all the way back to the depot. Well, howdy, Utopia says when you bring the float cow in. What do we have here? Why, you're a real cowgirl, Solana. I'm a mite jealous. She inspects the tired float cow. She's looking a little under the weather, Utopia proclaims. Here's hoping we can nurse her back to health back on the ranch. I'll take her back myself. You can come see her anytime in Geoponics. Oh, new job. Okay. New gear slot. there any more items to pick up where we can go? Oh. Thing between a spider squid and a bear, and it's in a rage, grunting furiously and bashing itself against trees and rocks at random. The same soft pink and purple you recognize from the multi-legged Riki that live in the area, but so much larger. Could this be a related species? I need high empathy to sync it. Gaze drops from you to your pet Riki Tiki, who chitters and runs up to it. Huh. Let the creature sniff your pet. The larger creature makes a chuffing noise like a tiger, a bassy, vibrating exhale that ruffles your Riki's fur. Content it's not going to eat Riki Tiki, you keep back and let them introduce themselves. Riki Tiki isn't intimidated in the slightest. In fact, it seems totally relaxed in the presence of this hulking beast. They touch tentacles and sniff each other, and your Riki even curls up in the bigger one's arms for a while. Is that its mother? Wait, they do look just like parent and child. Is this another life phase of the Riki? After a while, the huge Riki leaves harmlessly. You're happy your little buddy got some social time with their own species. Aww. A veritable feast of berry bushes. They look delicious. Research them first. Now I get all these cards. Now what I'm trying to do is probably just the 3, 4, 5. Not knowing the full life cycle of your alien pet is an interesting decision. It's our alien pet because we found it stuck in the vents at the colony and we helped it out and it decided it liked us and stuck around. You're the domesticated one, then? Yeah, this next round. It's inefficient, but, like, we only have now 16, which we can easily get. I throw that on that for the express person of getting it straight. It was probably completely unnecessary, but whatever. That these blueberries are edible. Harvest them. You harvest the blueberries by the handful, filling your basket. When you bring them back to Utopia, she cheers. These are her favorites. They're delicious. Ah. You're alone, exploring an unmapped area of the Valley of Vertigo. The pollen is thick here and your air filter is overworked. A warning light has been flashing orange for the last 10 minutes. But there are plants here that you've never seen before. Flowers with intense rainbow hues and strange lumps of fungal matter, which pulse as if they're breathing. You cut some samples. Utopia will totally give you extra kudos for these. The pollen is especially thick up ahead, deep fuchsia and shimmering with color. Everything here seems to dance with tiny flecks of reflected light. It's kind of magical. Press forward. You push forward into the suffocating pink fog. It's so thick you can only see a few meters ahead. You follow the glimmering towards where it is densest. You come upon a glade filled with what seems to be strange topiaries. Safety third, oh my god, she did it, yeah? They loom out of the glittering fog, each in the shape of an animal. They're all formed from the same spongy, glittering pink substance and dotted with finger-length fungal growths. You're so distracted you almost fall into a large hole. Check for danger. You've seen plant-like animals before. Are these topiaries actually predators waiting for you to get close? You watch them completely carefully from the edge of the glade. They're completely still, not breathing. There are no life signs. Good. Inspect them. That topiary you chose is a large dog-sized quadruped which appears to be kneeling. It's far too lifelike. As you get close, you realize with growing revulsion that this was once a living creature, now encased or transformed entirely into the sparkling pink fungus. It's dead. You remember helping Tange for extra credit in biology class. She said the shimmer, the seasonal illness that affects your dad in pollen, is some kind of colonizing fungal growth. Take a sample of the fungus. You realize the dense, shining haze is coming from the topiaries. The fog is seeping out of the holes at the end of each fungal growth. Have you ever read Terry Pratchett's Carpet People? No. To a collection vial, the more you think about it, the more you're sure this is related to the shimmer. Look into the hole. At the bottom of the hole is a cave. It slopes down gradually towards the cave floor, only about 4 meters below, then disappears underground. That's the Gorgon Temple. You aren't sure how far the cave continues past that point. It's dark down there, obviously, but not silent. There's some kind of strange rhythmic whirring coming from further inside the cave. You hold up your palm and shine your hollow palm's light. The cave floor glitters with pink fungus, and the air is ominously choked with it. I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna go in the hole. Every hole's a goal! Climb into the hole. You make your way down the gentle slope towards the cave. The thick, shimmering pollen makes it hard to see further than your hand, you see. 3 glowing vats set into the floor, like neon hot tubs. Shame I'm dead now? And an old-fashioned mechanical interface sets into the cave wall. The reflecting glow from the vats flickers on the cave ceiling, ghost-like and beautiful. Poke at the mechanical interface. Unmask, you cross the cave and lay your hands on the surface. It feels spongy, almost alive. Instantly, you feel your mind blasted open by everything all at once, as if 1,000 pairs of eyes all turn their terrible gaze upon you. You're thrown back by the shock, which brings you to your senses with a snap. Why did I take my mask off? You slap your suit helmet back on to see if it's light flashing in red, indicating filter overload. You lurch out of the cave and back towards the checkpoint, barely able to breathe. You know you need to get out of here, but a small part of you wants to go back down there to stay in this glade forever. As you near the checkpoint, Utopia runs out to help you. You instinctively turn back, unthinking, wanting to return to the fog, to those strange statues. You collapse in her arms. Several days later, you wake. You don't remember much, just a great, choking heaviness in your lungs, and the world swallowing you up and closing over your head. You have snippets of conscious thought from the last few days, but it's hard to tell if it was a dream or not. Interesting. I lost 5 toughness. Oof. You remember Tammy sitting by your bedside, her cool hand on your forehead. But she's dead. That part must have been a dream. It feels like you had a fever once. Hot and sticky, achy all over like you've been boiled alive. You're still terribly weak. That's some H.P. Lovecraft crap? Yeah, that was freaky as hell. And there's pain in your chest like someone has been sitting on it. It takes all of your energy just to breathe. You live, but your body took a serious hit and may never be quite the same. No, perhaps you simply have the attention of those infinitely your greater. Oh my god. So yeah, I found something eldritch. Welcome to the real plot of Exocolonist. Yeah. Well, it's already clear that there's something eldritch going on from what I found out about the waves. Well, that was just fuckloads Glock. Yeah? Holy shit. Okay, I need a rest. I'm sorry you came in contact with Tammy's soul, who is trapped in Planet's mind. Oh my god, this really is Alpha Centauri, isn't it? Your mom is tending to your garden as you relax nearby. You're both happy to leave each other alone, but you can hear her muttering to herself as she pulls weeds. Every day, she grumbles. You think I was never here at all with how some of these weeds grow. I thought that bringing only nice plants would mean we wouldn't have to weed as much, but these vertumnant plants, they're unstoppable. Like, I just want one place that's on the planet that's ours. Ask more about Earth. It was like this place, your mom says, but a lot worse. She sits back on her heels and wipes her face. Hot summers, cold winters, storms, wildfires, smog, radiation. Weeding was the least of our problems, honestly. That's why I wanted this place, something that could remind us of what Earth was. I don't have medicinal herbs, but yeah, I need to give something to him for his birthday. Your mom dumps a huge armful of weeds into a wheelbarrow. These go all the way to the edge of the colony, she says wearily. Whatever plant these roots belong to, they're invading my garden. You stupid pink bastard, stay out there where you belong. I can forget my first words. Oh, she likes flowers. Oh my god, that's so cringe. What were my first words? I have no idea. It seems you remembered my birthday. How thoughtful of you. I'll set this flower aside to analyze later. I'm interested in the properties of all vertumnant flora. I hope you find it useful. Thank you. What's it like having the mind pollen wipe away a piece of your memories you treasured for so long? God? Is it my birthday? I almost forgot. I hate when people make a big deal about my birthday, but this is nice. Thank you. Aw. The pollen is alive? Well, yeah, it's pollen. But there's obviously more to it. I'm gonna study humanities again. I think. Nah, I'd like the creativity and a bit of bravery, I think. Practice photophoner. You're relaxing after hours when Aunt Anne pops her head into the lounge. The kitchen, she announces in an artificially sweet voice, is looking for someone to help with part-time cooking duties. Someone young, someone responsible, someone organized, someone, she stares pointedly at the teens in the room, who might have too much free time on their hands. Volunteer. You'll be perfect, Solana, she says, hugging you. Then loudly to the others in the room, she declares, I'm glad somebody around here is responsible enough to put in their share of the work. Everyone else ignores her, shifting awkwardly. No one wants to disappoint their auntie. Aunt Anne gestures towards the nearby cafeteria and tells you to come by next week so she can show you the ropes. +2 bonus to straights, huh? The straights get more powerful every day? lot of creativity and a bit of bravery to 40, which might be a threshold. I think it is for talking to Dis, actually. And Tangent doesn't come outside during the glow because she's scared. If anyone wasn't the worst thing to happen this year, that's spoilers. I think that's pretty unambiguously spoilers, Square Star. Something's coming, he says, checking his adventuring supplies. Can't you feel it? The forest is too quiet. Dare you to go into a restricted area. Value is wild. Matches all pairs or straights. Holy shit. You dare Dis to explore the creepiest, darkest part of engineering. Deep down where even Chief Engineer Instance never goes. Under the recycling room where they say there are ghosts. You set the mood, then sneak around behind him. Put your holopalm flashlight under your face and shout, "Boo!" He rolls his eyes. Solana, think about it. If there were ghosts on this spaceship, one of them would be my mom? Oh, yeah, you guessed that would scare a normal person, but Dis still isn't scared of anything? And I'll go ahead and study the humanities again. Need someone to help with after-school tutoring. Literally anyone who isn't a complete idiot will do because she's desperate. Please apply. Apply for the job. You tell Dr. Instance you're interested in the job. She looks up from her holopalm like she's just noticed you exist. Yes, you'll do, she says, nodding. The younger, slower kids who have trouble keeping up with congruence sometimes. You mostly just have to pat them on the back now and then and stop them from wandering off when they're supposed to be studying. No offense, but anyone with a pulse could do it. You wait for further instruction, instant sighs shooing you away dismissively. You know where the classrooms are. Just come when you're not doing whatever nonsense teenagers do here. +2 bonus to pairs. Well, I need more mushwood logs. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm not going to spend stuff on it. I could have gotten 40? Interesting. The roar wakes you. It would wake the dead. It shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear metal screeching and people shouting. Then another roar, guttural and rumbling, like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. Run out to face it. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out to the fields to face the horrible creature face to face. Oh my god. It has no face. Yeah. In place of a face or even a head, its body just unzips, revealing a mass of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes, pocked with jagged asymmetrical teeth. It stands on 4 enormously powerful legs, each as wide as across as tree trunks. Clinging to its back and its thick, slug-like tail are clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of a greenhouse. It's standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from plas rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. The snoring mountain you met earlier? Oh, fuck. You see Anemone and her brother Calm darting in and around its legs with their twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse. This thing is freaky as fuck. Oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. I don't have many logs, but I have a bunch of other stuff. The monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring in through the gap and heading towards. They're headed straight to command. You watch helplessly as the hordes of animals storm command, sneaking through torn away panels and smashing through windows. It's too far away to hear the screams, but Governor Uticott is inside. You have to do something. Fuck! That fighting this thing on your own would be the fucking base. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna save the game. It's not like an auto loss. You run towards Geoponics, picking up a pitchfork as you cross through the barren field. When Calm sees you, he gestures for you to flee. Get out of here, Solana, he says. You're gonna get yourself killed. You grip your pitchfork in defiance. You're sick of being told to hide like a child. You want to fight. 95? +5 bonus to physical red pairs. I have an idea. That's a lot already. Okay. That really helped. I should have turned that one red. $36. Okay. For glory, kill God with a pitchfork and exalt. Oh my god, I'm gonna do it. And without too many items, we're having to push through. I don't have any more eggs. Now just use 3 logs for ultimate victory. I only have 1 log. I have ideas, though. About pushing this harder. Yeah, this definitely pushes stuff harder. I like the droning sound that's in the background, and that's like the only sound that's in the background. No, that breaks that. If only I'd want to boost that without changing its sweet fuck. How's the fun, cute, wholesome game, Vivi? I want to try and hit super goal here, so I'm going to keep forcing this. If I can. No, that didn't get it any closer. That didn't get the super goal. What even is the super goal? Fuck. Combat impossible, Vivi, watch me? Yeah. Holy shit. Am I... Like, I feel like you're not supposed to get a lot of this stuff on the first playthrough. Okay, I don't think we're going to manage the super goal. The Faceless whips its tentacles around, slapping the ground and knocking into people, picking them up and throwing their helpless bodies like dolls, only to be crushed under its massive trunk-like feet. The fields are littered with the bodies of the fallen. Sweat stings your eyes, but you somehow stay on your feet. You're not entirely certain how you manage it, but somehow you get on top of it, clambering up its thick tail with your pitchfork in one hand. Its skin is leathery and smooth, radiating a sickly heat. The defenders shout as they see you climb into its massive tentacles. You ready your pitchfork and thrust it into its horrible craw. The face... I am bulletproof, yes! The Faceless roars, rearing it back. It's on its hind legs and flailing its tentacles around in an attempt to throw you off. You keep a hold of it as it kicks and bucks under you, trampling the defense squad underfoot. The defensive line breaks and the Faceless takes off at a gallop toward the stratospheric. I got an achievement called Against All Odds. With a... Kill a Faceless? Not the Faceless? Oh no! Oh no! Welcome to the Valley of the Wind! With a roar that shakes your very molecules, it loses its balance for the first time and falls onto the ship. Metal screams as the ship buckles and gives way. Whole pieces of the quarter's wing shears off as your home opens like a tin can, spilling its contents into the square. The strato lurches, then collapses under the creature's weight. You slide down from its corpse and run back to the fields, where wails of grief begin to join the whimpers of the dying. Your stomach sinks as you see Anemone bent over the body of her brother Calm. His body is bent at an unnatural angle, his eyes open and his face frozen in a sort of stupefied terror. He looks unreal, like a wax mannequin. He's just gone. Like that. Anemone lets out a primal scream of pain and holds him to her chest, rocking back and forth among the carnage. You accomplish the impossible, but at what cost? The council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive gloom of Glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. They call you a hero for killing it. But not everyone sees it that way. Your stunt got one of the defense squads trampled, and you did train the monster straight into the stratospheric. You were brave and lucky to survive, but it's hard to say if your actions made things better or worse. Governor Udicott was killed by the smaller creatures that swarmed command during the attack. In her absence, Seek addresses the colony. Geoponics is gone, the greenhouse is destroyed, and the fields trampled. After a year of suffering, starving, and only barely scraping by, you're not just back where you started. It's even worse. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Zeke solemnly reads the names of those who lost their lives. Too many, including Governor Udicott. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Anemone and her family cry out when her brother's Calm's name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. With the living quarter destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Anemone cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. Jesus Christ. You feel like you've been awake for days, and you'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. Damn. Mars crosses her arms and kinds of sulks. What is the point of having all these kudos if I can't actually use them to, like, buy stuff we need? Like, hello, it's not like I can mail order more supplies through the wormhole. Tangent frowns. I just don't understand. Why now? Why does it keep getting worse? Damn. Like the other people in Geoponics, your dad has been working day and night to salvage what he can after the attack. It's gonna be okay, he promises. We just need to work hard. Cal puts on a brave smile. We have a lot to be thankful for, he says. We're still alive. That has to count for something, right? Your mom looks overdrawn with lack of sleep. Be careful out there, she says wearily. Don't want anything to happen to you too. This is examining a bit of rubble, turning it over in his hands. I wonder if we're ever going to find, like, alien tech, he says. Wouldn't that be cool? Jesus. Well, you do have less mouths to feed now. Fuck. Or help the adults try to fix things, yeah. And we can't do the expeditions either. The new theme, yeah. Jesus Christ. +3 toughness, +3 organizing. Neat. The first month of quiet passes, each day plodding one after the other. You still have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's nowhere else to go. Every day, you wake up with the others and try to make the best of it. Grief and anger come in waves, not just for you, but for everyone. Some days are better than others. You can only grieve instead of rest. You're assigned to help rebuild the walls. The first part of the month is spent just dragging away the wreckage, sorting it into salvage or recycling. By the time that's done, crews disassembling parts of the stratospheric have delivered enough salvage that you can begin work patching up the walls. A sense of urgency permeates the crew. After everything, people need to feel safe. This is on the work crew with you, something he does begrudgingly. Walls didn't help the first time, he grumbles whenever anyone asks for his opinion. We should just tear them all down and live like the animals do. If someone planted a bunch of buildings on my land, I'd be pissed off too. Oh my god. Work hard. By the end of the month, you've made noticeable progress. There are other priorities, and not a lot of construction material, but when last year's mushwood harvest is done drying out, you'll be able to do more. Even if Dis is right that it didn't help the first time, it's better than nothing. Oh god, and it's that memory too. You've gotten slightly better. -1 from mourning. Damn. The sun's finally dawn again on your birthday. You wake early and climb to the top of engineering to watch the first sun's watery rays break the horizon as the wormhole recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of the damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping like most people. It's hard to find rest, crammed into the classroom with all those other kids and their families, and every time you close your eyes you shake your head to clear the memories. You pull your blanket more tightly around your shoulders, not your blanket, that one's gone, and stare at it as the sun rises on the horizon, meager and skid and sickly. Damn. I need to have pings. Hey kiddo, you here? And then your mom comes down and sits down beside you. Thought I'd find you here. You both sit in silence for a while, watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. After a few minutes, your mom nudges you with her elbow. So, she says, your first apocalypse, huh? She huffs, smiling self-deprecatingly. First one's always the hardest. When the first colony was attacked back on Earth, I thought that was it. Everything my parents told me about, the power of community, all that, I thought they were full of shit, too. So I prefer terraforming lifeless worlds? Yeah. She turns and gives you a serious look. It's okay to be sad right now. And mad, too. I'm mad as hell. I want to get out there and rip every goddamn mushroom out of the ground. And that's keeping me going for now. But that's not going to be forever, Solana, she continues. Eventually that sadness and rage is going to cool. And you have to figure out how to feel after that. She points at your chest. Hope lives here, she says. It's the human condition. We just don't know when to give up. Your mom squints out into the sunrise. I had to figure out how to have hope too. I needed it to get on a busted up spaceship with your dad and launch myself through a wormhole. Hope is why we had you. Things work out in unusual ways, Solana. It just takes time. You watch the sunrise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your mom pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine. From your father and I, she says. Happy birthday, kiddo. Oh, damn. You know what it is before you open it. Your old medallion, the one your dad made with the sun on it to represent Earth, was broken during the attack. And all the chaos you didn't even notice, but your parents did and made you a new one. It's just like you remembered a similar design, with a wormhole this time to represent Vertumna. You thank her and squint out at the swirling wormhole still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year, but it always seems to herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade away into the daylight. What a birthday. Here's to another one, right? Oh, fuck. You both head back downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen, where they've put up temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps could be found. The colony nanoprinters, the few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life, but larger construction projects are going to take some time. Aunt Anne has coaxed the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and pressed bars, life-sustaining but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence as you mentally prepare for the day. Chief Administrator Seek has taken over as interim governor until the council can elect someone new. Last week, they held a mass funeral for everyone who died. There's talk of turning the Stratospheric's destroyed front half into a memorial shrine, after everything useful has been salvaged. There's still so much to do. With everyone living here, and here there's barely enough room to think. This wretched planet! Marscrum was gazing at the wreckage of the Stratospheric. That was my ship! Looking out of the colony wreckage, she doesn't look particularly sad. What do you want? Damn. He is really growing further and further apart than everyone. From everyone. Maybe the new colony can have a hoverboard park, Cal says, putting on a brave smile. That'd be pretty cool, right? Can't believe it's all gone, your mom mutters. How'd that work? Gone in one night. Going to be okay, your dad says. You'll see, kiddo. Papa can fix this. Keep rebuilding. You're assigned to help out in geoponics. The agriculturists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and the destroyed greenhouses. But there's still a lot of work to be done. Your mom is in fine form as her role as chief cultivator. She'd never admit it, but managing a crisis is what she's made for. Cal's working in geoponics too, of course. Hey Solana, there's lots of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? Repair the greenhouses, the geodesic domes, miraculous prefab modular structures your parents brought from Earth, are in shambles. Much of the glass and metal is beyond repair, destined for the recycler. You and Cal help clear away the debris, and when that's done, you help drape tarps over what's still standing, so that the drifting spark snow doesn't pile up inside and affect the soil acidity. Anything that can't survive out of climate-controlled greenhouse needs to be harvested and sent to the kitchens, so that it can be preserved. Canning, jarring, dehydration, ancient techniques you've learned about in school, but didn't think you'd have to put into practice so soon. Everyone is worried that this will be the final nail in the coffin for your food supply after the famine last year. You try not to think about it too hard, instead focusing on just doing what you can to help rebuild. I could have gone slightly more, but it was the super goal anyways. You're eating in the mess tents when you hear something rumbling. Your bowl and cutlery start rattling. People look around in alarm. Could it be another attack so soon? You begin to hear shouting from outside. Someone runs into the tent. There's something falling from the sky, they shout. It's on fire. You join the crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather in the colony square. People are squinting up into the milky, quiet sunlight, pointing and gesturing wildly. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from space, like a great ball of fire coming straight at you. Is this it? Is this the end? After all you've been through, a meteor's going to land in the middle of your already ruined colony and kill you all. It's another ship. Mars grabs your shoulder. It's another spaceship. It's another ship, she exclaims. Look, it's another spaceship from Earth. Excitement ripples through the crowd. Could it be? That's not a landing burn, yeah. You stare up unbelieving at the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry into the atmosphere dissipate, but a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle of it ripping through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. That is not a controlled descent. It's an enormous ship coming at you way too fast. The ship's reverse thrusters fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some rocks, throw your arms over your head, and squeeze your eyes shut. You hear the massive spaceship touch down in geoponics, plowing through the fields and grinding over what was left of the greenhouses. You're thrown to the ground from that force of the impact as shrapnel and small rocks zigging past your head. It grinds along like some roaring monster, cutting a great scar through the colony and kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. Finally, the ship comes to a creaking, shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust, but you can tell it's from Earth. You squint to make out stenciled letters, heliopause. A hatch opens on its side and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all of the remaining colonists. More soldiers form two parallel lines from the ship to the square, their guns in parade rest, and a lone figure strides down the center towards you. "Greetings, fugitives of Earth," the man says, spreading his hands wide. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The adults exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's stopped by the line of soldiers. The man smiles. He has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruins of the ship behind him. "I am Commander Loom," he says proudly. "As captain of the Heliopause, I've come to render aid and bring you to justice." Listen with the others. Huh. Well, I knew that there was some weird reason we left Earth. Zeke steps forward out of the crowd. "You're not the commander of the Heliopause," they say firmly. "Governor Udicott was expecting Commander Morikawa." Everyone is surprised. Udicott has been in communication with the ship for how long? "I am captain of the Heliopause," Loom repeats stubbornly. Then adds, "According to the chain of command, we sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice how many of the soldiers exchanged looks this time. You wonder how many people had to die before Loom became commander. As the commanding officer, I declare this colony to be under our protection. As such, you are all now subject to the laws of Earth." Zeke bows. Now, they stammer. "There's no need for dramatics. We're a diminished colony, as you see. Governor Udicott died in the most recent attack, after all. We're quite leaderless." Loom's eyes search the crowd, landing on your mom. She stares right back at him as if daring him to say something. You notice Chief Engineer Instance is being held with her arms behind her back. She glowers at Loom with unbridled hatred. Loomer turns to the assembled colonists. "Well, why don't we fix that?" he declares. "Say hello to your new governor." You hear a few gasps of shock and outrage, and Loom raises his hands placatingly. "Let's not pretend you don't need our help," he says, "and we could simply arrest you instead. But there's no need to demoralize your little colony further. Judging from the number of guns on display, you don't think you have a choice in this." "It's a good thing the colony is in such pathetic shape right now," your mom mutters under her breath. "If they thought we were a threat, they'd probably just have shot us. Your dad squeezes your shoulders and tells her to be quiet. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth, nearly 100 new colonists, most of them trained soldiers. What does this mean for the colony? The crowd disperses slowly, and the council members follow Lum back to the heliopause, presumably to talk about the future of the colony. You hope. So what do you think about these new people? Mars asks. Now it's time for the military interventionism, yeah? They're just going to boss us around. Tangent nods. They don't live here. They don't know what it's like, and they're just going to swoop in and act like they're better than us? She hugs her arms around herself. Did you see what they were doing to Instance? The entire colony, and now twice as many of you, sets to work on salvaging the wreckage of the heliopause, tearing it down and combining it with the Stratospheric's remaining engine section. Spirits are high, though these new colonists from the heliopause aren't like any people you've ever met before. With their uniforms and weapons, they're more like an invading force than a rescue. You aren't sure what this means for the colony, or for your future. As the dust settles, you rebuild your colony around this new ship, the heliopause. The new arrivals, soldiers mainly, are aloof at first. Many see you as fugitives. Together, you build new walls, living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunkered garrison. The Shadow's engineering wing is the only reminder of your old colony. The heliopause brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as a rich seed bank and working hydroponics. They also have more guns and explosives than you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. A full stomach, a roof over your head, and the promise of safety convinces most Stratocolonists to accept the Helios. In turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. A grudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide they aren't so different, really. There are even Helio children, born among the stars just like you. After a month of hard work, you and your parents move into your new quarters. You get your own room for the first time in your life. You step out onto your very own balcony to watch the new colony, its grounds bustling with so many strangers and strange new ideas. You feel something rising in your chest that you haven't felt in some time. Hope, excitement, what will the new day bring? You better get out there to find out. Rush outside to greet the day. God, this is... Okay, so things are about to get very political, I feel. Cal looks like he's been run ragged. Hey, Solana, he says, reaching up against a pallet of building supply scavenged from the heliopause. What's up? I don't have a lot of time. I gotta get these over to geoponics, and then we gotta get plants in the ground. From Frostpunk 1 to 2. Ooh, I see, yeah. Oh yeah, there are new kids. You've seen Nomi around since the heliopause landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dressed as strangely as they do. Hi! Their voice is high-pitched and quick. I'm Nomi, it's short for nomination. They do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself and... Ask about their outfit. Oh, this old thing? I designed it myself. A Nomi original based on the outfit Levengula Starlifter wears in the 3rd season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform, when she has to work undercover as the lead singer of an idol group. Oh my god. Only I changed the bottom part, and of course I have to wear my gaming gauntlets. I call them gaming gauntlets, but they're really EnviroSuit gloves that I modded so I could play holo games through them. Do you like games? My faves are Laser Fable and Digger Dog. Laser Fable is so much more fun now that we can play outside with room to run around. What kind of holo games do Strata kids like to play? Oh my god. You know what? Challenge them to a game of Laser Fable. You're on. Nomi helps you install it on your holopalm and explains the rules. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers off real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you're running around and bumping into each other, and there are extended house rules about when it's legal to block each other's lasers. Hard becomes 3. Interesting. Ditzy, thank you for the follow. Also, the music is now weirdly ominous. I'm noticing that too now. about heroes is that they are generally bad news, yeah? I'm just going with that. The situation can only become better now, I guess. I got in 37, damn. Right on, sister. Nomi gives you a high five then with a couple quick flicks on their gauntlet. Gives you a kudos for winning. They explain this is how they always play Laser Fable with the kids from the Heliosphere. Except they mostly don't want to play anymore. They said they're too old for it. They just want to be soldiers now. Except Rex, he's still cool. What does tutoring children do? Reasoning empathy. Oh, it trains empathy. Tange is deep in conversation with Chief Engineer Instance, conferring over holoscreen. Tange says something that makes Instance smile and pat her on the shoulder, who then gestures to close her holopalm and walks away. You approach Tange, who looks unusually flustered. Oh, hello, Solana, she says. The tips of her ears are pink. Do you have any need of my assistance? Aw. Does she get praise from her surrogate mom? The colony's full of new people. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting after growing up in a closed spaceship. You never expected to meet any other humans that weren't made here on Vertumna. You bump straight into one of these new people while you're jogging through the colony. Oof, he laughs and holds you steady, brushing the imaginary dust off of you and giving you a wide-fanged smile. Hey, it's one of the kids from the Heliopods. You think his name is Rex? Hi, hello. Wow. Smooth, Solana, real smooth. He cocks his head at you, smiling. Hi, he says gently. My name is Rex. You managed to get out of hello. You aren't quite sure why he's having such an effect on your ability to speak or even think, but he doesn't mind. Oh my god. You notice he's wiggling his dog ears. They can really move independently. Rex puts his hand against his cheek, looking cute and lost. Hey, since I'm new here, do you think you could help me find the construction yard? I thought I might apply for a job there. For you, anything. His eyes widen as you wink suggestively and he grins, wiggling his ears and lolling his tongue out like a dog. So adorable. I might just take you up on that, he says. You tell him everything is a bit changed since the Heliopods landed, but you think the construction yard is still near command. He thanks you for the directions. What are we going to do with Uticott? Mars muses, snuffling into his shoe. Without a governor, we're totally lawless. What if someone tries to take my stuff? View the notice board. Or strongly urge to stay indoors, yeah? Damn. It's a lot bigger. Maybe we deserved it, Dis mutters. The new ship didn't save us, it just delayed the inevitable. When their food and weapons run out, we'll be back where we started. Didn't they learn anything? I mean, that's you've got a point, Dis. Hi, Dad. Like every pollen season, your dad gets the shimmer. The pollen is bad this year, thick, heavy clouds of pink. Even your eyes are a little itchy, and your dad's not the only colonist spending the week in bed. You can hear other people sneezing as you walk through their quarters, bringing him hot trippet soup. Thanks, kiddo, your dad rasps. At least he's sitting up in bed now. dismal opinions. Yeah? I wish Instance would find a cure already, he grumbles, his hand shaking as he lifts the spoon. 3 years, and all she can suggest is bed rest and fluids. What good is all her researching if I can't fix my headache? Your dad must be feeling really sick. He never complains about stuff. You check his temperature with your holopalm, then dim the lights and bring him a cold pack for his forehead. He has a crust of glittery pink gunk around his lips, looking cracked and gross. So you wipe it away. The glitter is just everywhere on him, like it's coming right out of his pores. He looks iridescent in the murky light filtering through the pollen outside. Hey, do you mind opening the window a little for some fresh air? No, that would make you more sick. Don't open the window. The pollen might be everywhere already, but there's no sense making it worse. You pretend to crack the window for him, and by the time you look over, he's asleep again. Worse, the pollen fog subsides in a few days, and your dad starts to look a little better. He gets back to work, which is good because there's a lot to do in order to rebuild the colony and get the heliopause's hydroponics up and running. You're still sweeping glittering dust out of your quarters weeks later. That stuff gets everywhere. Your mom has set up a makeshift desk. Okay, see you, Hetza? Your mom has set up this makeshift desk near the construction site and is going over some spreadsheets on her holopalm. She turns to you and you're surprised to see her look relaxed for the first time in over a year. Sure, everything is a mess right now, she says, but these guys showed up at just the right time. They have working hydroponics, good soil, and plenty of food reserves. We shouldn't run into trouble again. Right, this is where the gates are now. Anemone is kicking up a sports ball around listlessly. She picks it up and just stares off in the distance at the colony walls. Want to train together? So she practices some hand-to-hand combat, then kicks your butt in the absolute most literal sense. She leans over you while you're lying on the floor completely gassed. You okay? She said, I didn't go too hard, right? Hello, you are also a new person. This new boy from the heliosphere is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arm gives him a heroic, battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action, even though it's a normal, boring day. The other recruits milling around the garrison give him a wide, respectful berth. You're soldier boy, yeah. He sees you staring and gives you a curt nod. My name is Vase, Lieutenant Olivacious, he says, considering you with a glint of challenge in his eye. And you are? You introduced yourself. Oh my god. I'm into science. His expression doesn't change. Is that right? He says with the air of a boy who's hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Solana. I hear it's been a rough couple of years for the colony. Lucky thing our heliopause came along just in time, he continues. Don't worry, we have some of the best soldiers. The very best. We'll keep the colony safe. Are you one of those best soldiers? We train as a team, but Faye says, then clears his throat. Yes, I've won more than my share of zero-G judo matches and virtual riflery tournaments, even competing against adult. What even is the long-term plan? Earth launches more ships that take 50% casualties going through? I don't think there's a very good plan. Being planetside is totally different. You tell Vase that firing a virtual gun is nothing compared to running for your life through the jungle, while a wild Udosaur hunts you down. A Udosaur, Vance says, leaning forward a little, his eyebrows raised. Did you actually say something to interest him? That sounds like a fun sport. I'd like to try it sometime. Oh my god. The garrison. The Helios have replaced the old garrison dojo with a huge underground bunker. It's much larger and better supplied, and abuzz with activity, soldiers drilling, weapons being cleaned and inventoried, and animals herded into cages for studies. Damn. No, being near soldiers is not very safe. This casts a worrying light on the current political situation. Yeah, I mean, Our mom did imply that there is a nuclear war on Earth or something when she talked about radiation being an issue back home. Oh, that trains empathy. Ghibli check 2. War is bad. Yeah? On the other hand, I'm sure no fungal growth is going to crack that bunker in half. I mean, given the eldritch shit we experienced, I have a feeling that their guns are not going to be enough. You'll tutor the children. You show up to class to find congruence teaching a classroom of younger children. Instance is nowhere to be found. In the absence of further direction, you settle in to help the students with their work. After half an hour, Instance pokes her head into the classroom. Oh, good, you're already here, she says. I trust you'll be able to handle yourself in all subjects with students of all ages. Ask Congruence if you need any help. She turns to leave, but stops and quietly turns back to you. Thank you, Solano, she says quietly. Since Professor Hal died, well, Congruence and myself are poor replacements for him. I'm grateful for your help. You settle in to help the younger students learn how to use their holopalms to access the HoloNet, Congruence's massive database, where the nukes start a planet-wide conflagration. Oh, God. Congruence is everything they could ever need. Music, movies, games, novels, and comics. A calculator, a timer, encyclopedia, textbooks. The colony's social media, specialized tools for different jobs like architectural holograms. It's a massively powerful tool, and it's in their literal hands. They're mostly interested in the games. Some understand it less than others. Why do we gotta read about stuff? Nougat whines, poking dejectedly at her holoscreen. The skin around her newly implanted holopalm looks a little red. Like she keeps picking at it. I just want to go play. That looks infected. You take a closer look at Nougat's holopalm implant. The edges where it meets the skin are peeling back and it looks red and puffy. Oof. You take her to medbay, put some antibiotic cream on it, and wrap her hands so she stops picking at it. She's excused from this lesson until her implant heals properly, so you spend some time with her afterwards, showing her how your own holopalm works. The quieter environment of the medbay seems to help her concentrate, and soon she's zipping through Congruence's archives on her own. Looks like you're pretty good at this tutoring business. Well, I want to play that just so I get the extra skills. The other thing I can do to force this up higher. Oh, but I get +1 to blue cards. I'm dumb. I fucked that up. Okay. But I can force it like this. I need to go exploring again, actually. I need more stuff. That's a lot of reasoning. I'm very close to getting reasoning up again. I need to get persuasion and empathy up some, but this does boost empathy a little, so... Vertimnalia? Oh no. I am far too busy for something as childish as a science fair. Is not what I do every day in the lab proof enough of my intellect? Cal is kicking a small beanbag into the air, trying not to let it touch the ground. He's not very successful. That new kid, the dog boy Rex, has shown me how to play this. He's playing hacky sack? Oh! When you can modify and preview DNA to figure out your child's behavior, you can give very appropriate but weird names. Yeah? Personal defense plas cutter. Damn. Face is standing by the downed heliopause, hands on his hips as he surveys the colony. Damn, he says, smirking. You all used to live like this? It's a good thing we're here now. Fuck off. You bitch. You catch Dis overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his earspeak. He doesn't notice you walk up. He jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off his holopalm. Don't sneak up on me like that, he grumbles, then flops backward on the grass to look up at you. Man, we're just getting to the good part of the song. What are you listening to? Some old music from Earth. You probably wouldn't like it. Try me. You sit down beside Dis and extend your hand to link your holopalms. Dis stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours, and music floods your brain through your earspeak. Dis takes his hand back and weaves his fingers together. Timid. I listen to a lot of Earth music, he says. Do you like it? He asks. I love this band. Dis cracks a small smile, relieved. Good. It's my favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. It's comfort music. I really like it for... Oh, the music is playing! Oh, that's cute. That's wild that it's actually in the game. Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are about me, he admits. They're just so deep, like my soul really gets this kind of music. But don't tell anyone, okay? It makes me feel better thinking that someone knows my pain. But it's just a dead Earth woman. Sounds deep, man. Yeah. I have a lot of time to think, not like everyone else here. Introduce him to some new music, too. You bring up your holopalm and cue up something different. When it starts playing, Dis frowns. I don't like listening to new things. I just want to listen to my own music. I like this song as much as I like you. Oh, he stammers, looking away. What might be a smile twitches across his face. This song is pretty good. Hold his hand. Aww. You reach out tentatively and link just your pinky fingers with Dis, feeling him tense up beside you. He darts you a nervous glance and looks back up at the sky when he sees you looking back at him. His cheeks go completely red. He doesn't hold your hand, but he doesn't move his way either. Aww. You've barely seen your mom since the heliopause arrived. When you do, she looks frail. Like all her strength got used up last year and she's only just starting to recover. Except instead of relaxing, she's hard at work at building the geoponics domes. It must be hard for her to shake the fear it might happen again. Being able to load your tray full of food at the canteen is still a luxury you don't take for granted. Sometimes you make up a tiffin for your mom so she doesn't miss lunch. Hey, Solana, she says, smiling as you approach. Is that lunch? I've been smelling the caramelized onions all morning. I can't wait. You deliver the tiffin into her grateful hands, and she cracks the lid and takes a big inhale. She smiles. You know, people used to give thanks before meals back on Earth. I can understand why. Yeah, I think I'm just thankful we have food again. She reaches over and ruffles your hair. You're a good kid, Solana, she says. She looks at you a second, weighing whether to continue. I know we don't talk about it, but I know how hard you busted your butt back then, making sure the colony didn't starve. Mom's love. Oh my god. When you're fighting for your life, that's when you know the true measure of a person, she continues solemnly. As our alternate timelines, the very past counts as a spoiler? No. I think, well, it depends. I'm aware there are alternate timelines. I wish you didn't have to be tested at such a young age, but you really showed what you were made of. I'm so proud of you, my daughter. So when is Vertimiglia again? Like when exactly? Mid-dust, okay. Because I'm thinking I want to be like, I want to get myself fully stressed out then. I actually need just a little creativity to get the first perk, so I might as well go get that. Help in the kitchens. Back in space, cooking involved programming ration machines and putting dishes in the laser-matic dishwasher because water was too precious to clean dishes with. But now you're growing more real food and trying to figure out how to cook with it. The cafeteria kitchens are bright and full of good smells. There's always something baking or boiling or frying. You take a deep breath in and just hold off the deliciousness in your lungs. Chief Steward Anne, known to the kids as Antecedent, is in charge of everything in the living quarters, running the children's creche, coordinating the cleaning bots, and of course cooking for the whole colony. It's a lot of work, but she's good at delegating to all the kids she has raised here, including you. She's a big believer in learning by trying and doesn't mind if a few dinners are ruined in the process. It looks like you're on your own this morning, Aunt Anne says, welcoming you into the kitchen. Don't you worry, though, we'll start you off with something easy. She shows you to the kitchen nanoprinters. Just press this button and the ration machine will spill out a freshly pressed cake of soy rations. It's not tasty, but it's nutritious. Then she shows you to the range. A large pot of brown stew is bubbling away. Here's where the real magic happens, she says proudly. She takes a ladle and spoons up some of the stew so you could have a taste. See, for the stew we added homegrown own veggies and spices. This is what I love about cooking, she says proudly. Turning raw ingredients into something better just by adding a little bit of work and a lot of love, just like raising children. Why do you want to work in the pigeon? It's like a puzzle. There's a science to cooking that fascinates you. Adding energy, dissolving things, forming and breaking molecular bonds to make something new. It's so cool. You tell this to Aunt Anne and she smiles indulgently. Sounds like I'm going to lose you to engineering, she says. I'm happy to have you for now, though. Aunt Anne sets you up with a few basic... You know, I have a feeling that, like, if the heliopods didn't arrive, we probably had so many people die by that point that it was, like, actually endangering the future viability of the colony because of lack of genetic diversity. Because it's something like 150. It's either 150 people or 150 couples that have been genetically screened to not be related to each other that you need. Quickly have your hands full with the sheer volume of food it takes to feed 100 people. Workers from the canteen shuttle back to pick up trays of soy rations and pots of stew at regular intervals. Somehow you keep up. You poke your head into the canteen at lunch to see what people think about the food. They like it. Aww. One slot guard gets +2. Interesting. Value is wild. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, over 1,000 people is ideal specifically because of the problem of losing people. Oh, that works way better than I thought it would. Wait a second. And that becomes a big straight now. And I can probably force a super goal by doing this. New cards in the depot. I mean, you'd have to do quite a bit of gene editing just for genetic diversity. Playing hacky sack again. It's so cool you guys have people who aren't boys or girls too. Nomi says, twisting long pieces of their hair around their finger. Mom and Dad told me that sometimes people on old Earth didn't understand stuff like that, and that your ship left Earth before us, so maybe it was even worse then. But they were worried for nothing. Everyone's so nice here. Help Rex build something. Rex hasn't... Need engineering 40. Oh, Rex hasn't gotten used to life on the surface yet. You remember your first year. Vertumnus seemed so enormous, so full of dangers and mysteries. Well, it still does, but the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has that slightly bewildered look on his face every time he walks outside and the sunlight hits his face. It's so bright and warm. Help Rex build something. I'm working on something right now, he says, producing a holoprojector. It looks so familiar. Wait, it's the holoprojector you used to watch vids on in the creche. It's been broken ever since the creche was destroyed. I was hoping you could help me fix this up. I want to have outdoor movie nights. You help Rex bring the holoprojector back to life, then help him make an outdoor theater for it, complete with overhead lights and comfortable piles to pile up your bedding. Aunt Anne provides the snacks. Rex looks at it with pride. We just have to figure out what to play for our opening night. Like, who's in charge? The council are just a bunch of scared adults? Like everyone else, if the Heli people wanted, they could control this colony. Oh, I can get into a debate with her? Aw. Hi, Molly! Yes, I am indeed playing Exocolonist. Cool jacket? Oh, damn. Dis genetically engineered to be unhappy here in particular. Yeah. I'm gonna buy that. That 2 times bonus to straights is gonna be crazy, actually. That's still the only way I can raise persuasion, huh? What do you do for fun here? Play cards, darts. Oh, fuck. What do I do next? Yeah, I think I just keep doing with the kids, mostly debate, boost reasoning. I don't have high enough engineering. A scuttling metallic legs, what the heck, and a strange knee-high robot bursts into your engineering lab. Put it back out in the hall. It accidentally slashes you with the leg while scrambling down the hall. Find purchase. Stupid robot, Congruence's TV thingy wheels in squeakly as the robot runs off down the hall. Sorry about that. I'm so close to getting its new movement algorithm online. I'll have the Robovax corner it, and we can try again. Working with robots is just so hard with no hands, she continues, wheeling back and forth in a display of frustration. This is much easier when Hal was here. I miss him. Congruence doesn't need to clear her throat, but you get the distinct impression she's simulating it anyway. Ahem, well, if you know anyone who loves to tinker with bots, let them know I need a helper. That card becomes 3. If only I had something that became a 5. But I could boost something to a 5. In fact... Aw, thank you. Actually, what I feel I should have done is instead of boosting that, I should have just been like this. I know that's 6, actually. Get a lot of reasoning. Autoplay fairy perk. Autoplay fairy sometimes plays the best hand? What? That's whack. Oh, hi, Solana. Damn. Goes on forever. There's no ceiling at all. I feel like I'm gonna float right off the surface of the planet. Oh my god. Autumna seems so enormous, so full of dangers and mysteries. Well, it still does. But the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has that slightly bewildered look on his face every time he walks outside and the sunlight hits his face. Hugs incoming. Rex folds you into his arms, bending his whole body to you. He smells warm and a little spicy, like killing shed in sunshine. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly just feel good, more relaxed. Aww. So with combat, I can challenge him. You catch your parents muttering about the new governor and the people from the Hall of Heliopause. Your mom seems to be upset. The word fascist catches your ear. This might be your chance to ask some of the burning questions you had. Some kind of space cop? Why did the Helios know about mom? Who are these new people? Your dad looks startled and tries to muster a friendly smile. You overheard us, eh, kiddo? Your mom gives a warning glance sideways. Listen, Solana, he hesitates and looks around nervously as if afraid you're being watched. You're just going to have to trust us adults on this one. There are things you're still too young to understand. I'm not too young. Your mom stiffens, but your dad motions to calm her. I thought the same about myself once, he says gravely. I was wrong. The Helios came here just like us, looking for a better life. Some of them had other reasons too, but now that they're here, we have to learn how to work together. When your mother and I were young on Earth, we learned a hard lesson. We learned a lot of hard lessons. One was that it's safer to be led by one dangerous person than to be attacked by an army of them. Another was that sometimes when adults tell you not to worry, you should listen to them. Go on, enjoy your youth. Go get to know some of these new kids. I'm sure you'll find out they're a lot like you. Okay, so they don't want to tell me about politics. Before you can say another word, they're called back to work. There's still so much to be done to rebuild the farms. Yeah, they called them fascists. They're called back to work. There's still so much to be done to rebuild the farms and geoponics greenhouses. And you can see people from the Helio helping your parents. Maybe they aren't all bad. I'm sure the situation is excellent. Everything dies. Plants, people, civilization. Even this planet's gonna die on a long enough timeline. Why even bother fighting it? Why try to do anything at all? Oh my god. He's so depressed. Miyazaki on the window with the sicko shirt. Yeah, ads are gonna start anyway, and I need to run to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I'm back. These characters are 10 now, right? Yes, I'm 15. Survey the plains, because that was where I found the most shit. Oh, Nomi Nomi's out here. When you're put for surveying duty, Nomi Nomi is here. It's their first day as surveyor. They smile widely when they see you, are smiling exuberantly. Oh, you two know each other already, Utopia says, looking to you and then Nomi. That'll make this easier. Solana, I'd like you to keep an eye on Nomi while you're out there. Utopia continues. I'm going to assign you to the same regions for the next little while. Just make sure they don't wander into a nest of snap bladders, okay? Yay, hooray! Nomi cheers and gives you a high five. As Utopia explains to Nomi Nomi and some other new Helio surveyors about the surveying tools, Nomi starts to get bored and wanders a little away from the group. You see it happening, but are powerless to stop them from tripping and nearly landing in a nest of Hopeye eggs. They're just about to crash into the delicate spun glass cocoon when Utopia materializes out of nowhere and scruffs them by the back of the collar. Nomi, pay attention! Nomi giggles like they don't even realize the danger of being stampeded by the upset Hopeyes beginning to gather around. Utopia ushers them back to the group before they can get trampily. Nomi asks a million questions about the eggs. Are they edible? Do they have hard shells or soft? What is the cocoon made out of? How long until they hatch? Utopia sighs. Just get out of here, you two, she says, before the cute little varmints turn ugly. Chief Surveyor Utopia stops you and Dis near the depot. Feel that, she asks. You can feel a kind of ominous, distant thumping. Pulsing. Did we kickstart a revolution? No. If you stand still, you can feel it vibrate up into your own body too, like a massive global pulse. Utopia says, checking a readout in her holopalm. I reckon it's naturally occurring, but it's giving you the willies all the same. You better check it out. Mind you stick together and take readings on the way in case it's dangerous? That's the next faceless, yeah. You follow the thumping, now an audible noise, growing louder west, until you've roughly triangulated its location. No, but we confirmed we're under some boots in fear for our lives. Yes. We asked their parents about like why they're upset about these people because we heard her mom say a word we've never heard before, and that is fascist, when talking to our dad. And our parents were like, you're too young to know about politics, Solana. Follow the sound. Oh, bonus to pairs. The free stress reduction will be nice. And this will force the super goal. You find a machine? An ancient, broken down machine, like a small pyramid-shaped building made from some kind of dark stone or bone. Looks almost like it grew that way. Except it isn't broken, it's just so very old and overgrown. It looks more like a pile of rubble and roots than a building or engine or whatever it was. Yeah, this looks very eldritch. Still, a thumping noise comes from inside it. The vibrations are strong here, making your guts feel weird. You don't notice it at first, but there's a curious path on the ground moving away from the machine, a line half a meter wide where the dirt is a little more worn and bare. It heads off in a straight line to the west, or coming from the west. Could animals have made this path, or the thumper itself? Analyze the thumper. It's definitely not natural. On some parts of the thumper, you can see what might have been writing once, carved deep into the not quite rock. It must be thousands of years old. Whatever part of it still works is deep down in its core. It has a funny smell too, sweet like something fermented. Puffs of air come from vents near the top, in time to the thumping. Here, the animals here are a lot more aggressive than usual. Even the insects buzz more annoyingly overhead. Your scanners register higher levels of attack pheromones. Whatever's going on, the fauna don't like it either. Eventually, you head back to share your findings with Utopia. Totally an alien civilization, distances. POV the Tau scan in a Dreadnought to see how old it is. Utopia scratches her head. I suppose, maybe, she says. You said it looks ancient, right? Perhaps there could have been another Civ here long ago. We have found other signs, but nothing active like this. It seems to be pointing west or receiving something. She snaps her fingers. There's some right ugly ridge lines out there that have kept us from checking that direction, but we got gliders and motivation. That's half the battle. She makes a note in her holopalm. You found the brain frying cave? Yeah. That there was mysterious machinery inside? I'll open up the western resting ridges for surveyors, she says. Woo, say that 3 times fast. This is right. It's definitely aliens. Just nods solemnly. Find a way through its territory. Yeah, this is super easy. I've literally already won. Oh, I don't want to play this. Yeah, make the big straight instead. He seems kind of annoying right now. The soldier boy. Ara ara. Because he keeps just being, like, really condescending to me every time I interact with him. You sneak through the glute mushes, crawling under them so the bush bub doesn't see you. You nearly get stuck, I wonder, at one point. What if Dis has to come rescue you? That would be embarrassing. You find a route through and continue on your way. I gathered from chat that he's also a piece of shit because of the way people have been talking about him. Oddly familiar, yeah. Twitch asked me if I'm sure if I wanted to send that. And I'll put the wild card. Yay, the stress reduction one. Oh, that doesn't work. Your character, boy, my fingernails have a higher kill count than you jerking robot hand. Yeah. Honestly, it's funny because, like, I killed a giant monster. I killed a giant monster. Like, dude. Oh yeah, once for a battle, I can just find the best hand possible. Oh, it's not the best hand possible. Okay. But it was super golden, at least, so it doesn't matter. Because the ground is alive, it's... What you thought was just rock slowly opens. It's an eye. It stares at you dreamily, and you stare back, fascinated. Oh yes, the giant creature again. At the edge of one of the circular ponds, something sparkling catches your eye. Well, everything around here sparkles, but this thing really catches your eye. The water in this little lake is deep and milky, though, and you can't see the bottom. It's completely still, almost too still, and so perfectly circular. You remember you've been warned about getting too close to these pools, bravely approaching the water. Make a straight because we have the equipment that makes straights much bigger. This isn't a mental challenge, so that doesn't matter, but mom's love does matter. Like a great deal. I can do 8, 9 there. And I can turn that into a straight. Game impossible, Vivi not likely. Which was totally unnecessary, but... Hey, it lets me force get the best hand possible. You aren't scared of some pond or whatever might live in it. You march up to the edge, keeping your eyes on the shiny prize, and paw around in the snow looking for shiny whatever it is. It's like it's a pretty crystal, just sitting on the ground. Good find. Oh, I missed that over there, I think. Seeing impossible in red letters, yeah? Where are those herbs? Right there. Okay. They were right at the beginning, actually. I just missed them entirely. I think my pets got stuck somewhere. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Loud. Sounds like it's getting closer. Oh, it's this thing again. It's the giant thing. It's the giant stick bug thing. Stay calm and analyze its movement. More medicinal herbs. Pick the fruit. Calm it down. Actually, this is a crazy draw. Six, 5. I don't have any 4s, but I can do this. And then I've already hit the super goal on round 2. No, that doesn't work. I have to do this. I have the best score. Okay. Hi, Grey Cat Cafe. This is your first time chatting here. It doesn't let you have any of its fruit. Okay. Stop to meditate. Oh, that reduced my stress a lot. So I can stay out here for way longer. Cool. I don't want to play in the snow. Shovel it out of the way. Repeat the pattern again. Get more empathy. Slightly greener color. It smells sweet, but kind of acidic too. That's odd. Identify it. You collect a sample to analyze, then hide yourself under some large mushrooms to watch the local fauna come and go. The smaller creatures sniff the water, but leave without drinking. Then a massive ball Neil photosynth lumbers over, lifts a leg, and oh. Mark their territory. Yes, it's literally brimming with ball Neil piss. Oh my god. The thought stealer rock hypothesis is gaining evidence, yeah? I've almost maxed perception. The Vertumnalia Festival is a welcome day of normalcy in an otherwise chaotic year. Despite some lingering rivalry between the two factions, Vertumnalia is a chance for the Helios and Stratos to come together and appreciate the bounty of the planet. At least that's what the adults say. As Governor Lum takes the stage to address the colony, you can't help but notice the crowd has segregated itself according to their ship of origin. Rex shoots you away from over on the shadow side, and Nomi makes a silly face. They're another ship now? Yeah, a military ship that occupied the colony. Face is surrounded by other young soldiers, all looking sharp in their heliopause uniforms. With Tangent standing beside you, you wonder if the two ships will ever feel like one colony. A fanfare plays over the square's announcement system. Lum's honor guard do a complex drill with their drone rifles. Greetings, people of Vertumna, Lum says, his voice ringing out over the square. We may be far from our beautiful Earth, but we can still celebrate and be thankful for what we have here. We've worked hard to save this beleaguered little colony from the brink of destruction, and you should be proud of our work. The Helios cheer. Your side of the square is more quiet. I know some of you have been asking, Lum, how are you going to do it all by yourself? How are you going to run the colony, solve everyone's problems, turn this planet into a paradise, and look this good? Lum strikes a pose to a smattering of polite applause. Well, I have the answer for you, he continues. The old council made a lot of bad choices like illegally leaving Earth, but I believe in second chances. So I've appointed the original department heads to my own council, Lum's Council 2.0. Better not disappoint me. He laughs and makes the finger guns at the department heads at the foot of his podium. Stay on your toes, Stratos. Jesus Christ. I also want to promise everyone here today that we're going to make Vertumna safe for humans, Lum says. The next time those bastard Xenos attacks... Yeah, I hate him. We're going to blow them to so many little pieces there won't be enough left to wipe off our boots. We've already got the defenses, he says, gesturing broadly to the new, taller, thicker walls. And we're building homes for everyone. Homes where people can raise children again, knowing that our military men and women are keeping us safe. Literal platform is make Vertumna great again, yeah? God, he sucks. Big cheers from both sides this time. Also, yeah, we kind of accepted it because there was a way bigger monster attack than usual during the last year's gloom, and it almost completely destroyed the colony and killed a large portion of the population. So, big cheers, and we probably would have all died if they didn't show up. Big cheers from both sides this time. Some of the colonists around you even have tears in their eyes, especially those who lost family in the last attack. Lum goes on for a while, lionizing the Heliopause's military strength and casting subtle digs at your failed colony experiment. Finally, the crowd disperses to set up the square for the afternoon festivities, some traditional and some new. At the tables, Aunt Anne and the kids are setting out a spread for dinner. There's an unimaginable amount of food thanks to the Heliopause's huge ration surplus, and the piles upon piles of xeno meat from the hunting parties, for those who can stomach it. Anne is all smiles, clearly making an effort to move on, as Lum mandated, despite still mourning her loss on Calm. But not even the festive atmosphere can force a smile onto Anemone's face. What do these Helio-jerks think they are? Right, Mars exclaims. This Lum guy is a tool. Did you hear what he said about us? How crass. Like, have some respect. Dis arrives carrying a big tureen of stew. And now they're just taking over and everybody's okay with this? The adults are bigger cowards than I thought. Mars looks at Dis in shock that they agree on something for once. They're set up for the annual competitions. Oh, the competitions are different this year. Trivia. Instance is too busy to organize the science fair, so you do a Helio tradition instead. Trivia night, hosted by Congruence. You, Tangent, and Nomi all sign up. I miss the science fair, Tangent grumbles, but I've been memorizing facts to prepare. Yeah. First collectible use is free, actually. I want to keep the gem cards that are good. Because I have +1 for each gem on other cards and +2 credit cards with gems. I'll just do that. I would ideally like to make this a straight. We don't know much, largely because the adults aren't fucking telling us anything. I can make that into a big straight. The lack of a 2 is what's really killing our ability to make a nice straight here. Oh, fuck. Alternatively, what we can do is... yeah, all that. There we go, super goal. You get most of the questions right. All that studying and watching holovids definitely paid off. Nomi shrugs off their loss. Tange tries to, but you can tell she's actually kind of ticked off she didn't win. Oh my god, that art. Agreement with us that we didn't know about, yeah. After the festivities, the mood in the colony is a lot lighter. You see people smiling easier and often see mixed groups of Helios and Shadows socializing together. It feels like the first time people have actually let themselves relax. I'm seeing if they have new dialogue. Aw. When they showed up, there's an exchange between Seek and Lum about how they were expecting Captain Morikawa instead of him. And he said Morikawa died during the wormhole transit, as well as other people ahead of him in the chain of command. Do you want a crystal? I figured you would like crystals! How did I know you would like crystals? Oh, Nomi exclaims, making grabby hands with the pretty crystal. Happy birthday to me. Oh, it's her birthday too. Okay. You find Nomi in the lounge, flanked by 2 holoscreens and doodling in a sketchbook with real paper. One holoscreen is playing an animated kids show, while the other is a wall of text that looks like it might be a translation guide of some kind. Nomi's attention moves between the 3 easily. When they see you, they jump and quickly close their holoscreen, sitting up straight and clutching their sketchbook to their chest. Oh, hi, Solana, they giggle, rubbing the back of their head charmingly. How you doing? Is that in a different language? Well, yeah, it's better than in the original language, but the subtitles don't tell the whole story either. Nomi sets their sketchbook aside and looks around conspiratorially. I thought you were gonna bust me for jailbreaking my holopad. All the Helio kids have restrictions on what we can watch and for how long, but you guys have so many more cartoons than we had. Nomi throws their arms in the air. Like the first season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. I love Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. What? Nomi cries, slapping their hands to their cheeks. Really? It's the best cartoon ever made. What else is schoolgirls who look like aircraft from the waist down battling evil aliens while dealing with the stresses of high school life? You have to agree. You were pretty fond of the arc in the 3rd season when Miya and Otoko disagreed about whether Haruko could truly be considered a hyperjet if she was part helicopter. Yeah. Yeah, she was a kid who was born on the heliopause. The Helio Media Archive only had seasons 2 through 9, and only 3 of the OVAs. Nomi says, puffing their cheeks out. I can't believe in the 4th OVA, Flight Captain Yumiko gets captured by the aliens and brainwashed into thinking she's been an alien sleeper agent the whole time. You hadn't seen the 1st season? Spaceship Kids make do. You don't have to know everything about something you like just in order to call yourself a fan. Just liking it with all your heart is good enough. Aw. Cart becomes wild? Holy shit, that's amazing. Nomi laughs and flips over their sketchbook, showing off some of their drawings. I was drawing some fan art for the show. Well, it's kind of fan art. Okay, it's more like if I was a character in Hyperjet Chirper Girl Transform. It looks good. Keep at it. Aw, thanks, Solana. I will for sure. I'm coming in for another hug. Aw. They. Nomi is non-binary. Sorry, have I been saying she? Because it's they. Actually, one of their first dialogues is about how happy she is to like meet the people from the Strato because they're like way more accepting of their identity. No food, no weapons, no defenses. I stumbled over it and I had to change again. I'm like, no, they. I don't know why. I struggle with pronouns sometimes and I don't know why. I struggle with they, them pronouns for some reason. I struggle less with neopronouns. Who's the guy with ears? Rex. He also came over on the heliopause. No food, no weapons, no defenses. No wonder you were almost destroyed. I don't know what I expected, but I figured it would have been better than this. Fuck off. You want a log? Thanks. Yeah, I always struggle with they, them pronouns. I have no idea why. It's they, them pronouns specifically. Neopronouns, I have like way less trouble with. Like people who go by like Faye Fair or something. Or Zem. What do I do next? Do you want a crystal? I know you like eggs, but I don't like rocks, and I hate everything about this stupid planet. Go give it to Mars. Oh, Mars likes crystals. I always feel so bad about it when I fuck up they, them pronouns too. I have no idea why. I fuck it up so often. Like I'm the kind, like, it's fucked up because I'm trans and like kind of non-binary myself, just going by she, her. But like I'm the kind of person who will go like her pronouns are they, them. Oh, right, I forgot. We have a new place to explore. On brand for someone who's non-binary to have problems with non-binary folks' pronouns. Yeah. Right. Fuck. I'm trying to decide what to do. I need to get empathy up, and I want to get persuasion to not be my lowest stat, and I want to get combat up like a little. Fuck it, let's go exploring in the new zone. What is engineering? The only way to the resting ridges is by glider, part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land on the rocky, broken up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall over when you look down at the plummeting slope into the basin below. You are a long way up. Killed a giant alien walking bulldozer, lowest combat score in the colony, yeah? It's kind of funny that I killed the fucking, I don't know, 5-6 story tall alien with a pitchfork, and my combat is 13. The only way to the resting ridges is by glider. Part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land on the rocky, broken up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall. Oh, I already read that. Dis and Utopia glide in beside you. Woo! Utopia exclaims. You handled that glider like a champ, Dis. You too, Solana. She pews down over the slope of the ridge. A lot more exciting than the swamps, right? I want you two to stick together out there. It's dangerous in those ancient convergent domain ruins. Convergent domain ruins? You look around, the landscape is like nothing you've ever seen before. Dry, cracked soil. Gives way to steep cliffs, and what little vegetation here is brittle and sharp. You can feel the dry air wick away the moisture on your lips. What the heck is that? Glowing thingy on the ground? Beats me. Huh. Hold up, don't just go picking things up, Solana. Could be radioactive, you know. Utopia waves her holopalm crystal over it, then checks her interface. Only a little. Whatever it is, it looks old. Like thousands of years old? We've been digging up glowing gadgets all over this region, but got no clue what they're for. You hang on to that one, maybe you'll figure it out. Crystal stuff way down below? Oh, those, Utopia says, pointing to a crystal formation so densely packed into the ravine that it looks like a sparkling river. More outcroppings of crystals decorate the slopes. They're all over the place. Be careful with them. Not sure if they're animal, vegetable, or mineral. She points off into the distance. There's a big island of them, over there, like a glacier. Covers the whole damn place. Might be related to the convergent domain, but we aren't sure yet. Stone structures in the distance? Well, there are buildings here. Traces of them anyways. Maybe 10, 20,000 years old? We sure didn't put them there. Dis lights up at the prospect of doing alien archaeology. We've checked them out, but not thoroughly, mostly just trying to get a feel for who lived there. And why they ain't get here no more. Based on some glyphs, we started calling them the Convergent Domain. Whoever they were, they built things to last. It ain't just arrowheads and cave paintings. There's real architecture, machines even. Wait, what? Tell me more. I wish I had more to tell you, Utopia says. Most everything we found just poses new questions. The structures read more organic than anything. So does that mean their gene tech was super advanced? As for this place, we think it was some kind of solar network for them, she says, squinting up into the two suns. Looking at it from above, you can see these big vines traveling up and down the ridges like power lines, and there's hardly any plant life elsewhere. Like they soaked up all the energy and made it a desert. But what did they use that energy for, she says? And if there was a civilization so big and so advanced in Vertumna, why can't we find more traces of it? Where are the cities? What were them thumpers for? And what happened to them all? She's right, that's a lot of questions. Maybe we can help find some answers. So anyways, those ruins are the main thing we needed to survey while you're out here. But keep an eye out for anything else weird. Well, my job here is done. You're all set, kid. Try not to fall off a cliff. Dis jumps back on his glider too. As usual, he's going to scout on ahead and catch up with you later. I was wondering if I could go across those, like, floating bits. You haven't been down into the deepest crevices of the ridges, where the crystals grow thick and the air is stagnant and dead. The planet is a giant biocomputer and aliens don't live on the processor. That might be the case. It's already sweltering on the ridges, but in the chasms you can see the heat warping the air, almost like it's a permanent fog. Utopia says the air is so thick and still that you can't even use your glider down there. At least one thing survives in the haze, though. While you take a break for lunch one day, you can see flickers of silver dart in and out of the fog like ripples of light on a cake. As you unpack your tiffin box, the silver flashes come up out of the fog and begin to surround you. They're animals, eyeless, almost translucent creatures about the length of your arm, trailing meters-long tentacles behind them. Their mournful hooting is magical and strange. You look them up on your holopalm. Oh, air squid babies. Wait, air squid are predators. Oh, card becomes red, right? So as I go like this... The whole human army? Ooh! You also did a 360 no-scope on a giant monster before with a piece of rebar, and you had the lowest combat score in the colony at the time, yeah? Okay, I got 48 on last round. Yeah, if your cards are good enough, you can really force it. You duck behind some roots and keep perfectly still as the creepy creatures float around and past you. They don't seem to be hunting for food. They must be on their way somewhere. Until they suddenly turn back and zero in on your location. You find yourself surrounded by curious baby air squid as their tentacles begin to parse over the ground looking for you. You're not going to get eaten today! You leave your tiffin and bolt, paying no heed to the noise you're making as rocks clatter down the side of the chasm. As you run, you swear you run right past someone. What? Where did he come from? Behind you, you think you hear him make a low hooting noise. By the time you realize the air squid are no longer chasing you, he's gone. Okay, what the fuck is going on with that guy? We also saw him in our first year, I think. Planet Ghost Contact, maybe. I do have to wonder if Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri inspired this shit. Because there's a lot of Alpha Centauri shit in this. You're getting thirsty. You feel for your backup canteen, but it's missing. Somehow you lost it since you left this morning, and you're all out of drinking water. The suns are high and hot in the sky, making the ground waver with heat haze mirages. Your mouth feels dry, so dry, and your head is starting to ache. You're pretty far from the outpost. You can make it back, but that'd be for this expedition. You'd have to go home. And then we might as well play that. Ooh, it's just a bit too big with that many gems. Better to do this? Yes. Turn that into a wild card. Oh, but doing that makes it no longer straight. Sister Miriam or Morgan Core? There's no natural water around, but in your search you turned up your lost canteen. Wow, that was lucky. When suddenly you're buffeted by a hot wind, no, like a very hot wind, lethally hot. The ridges are already baking, but all of a sudden it feels like you're trapped in a nuclear reactor. Your skin dries out and your lips begin to crack. Your eyeballs feel like sandpaper. You take careful readings from a distance, triangulate them, and discover the source of the wind. A red sports ball-sized crystal emanator hidden in a small crevice. When you smash it, it doesn't shatter like crystal. It almost looks like it could have been organic. Was it some kind of defensive barrier? You know the weird mystery of these ridges. You have the experience to make the nuclear reactor comparison, yeah? It's over here. I'm gonna have to go home soon, so... Don't see a single cloud in the sky ahead of you, and it almost never rains. Feel a light splattering of rain. Look up. A herd of float cows are bobbing overhead like hot air balloons, drifting west in the prevailing winds. You've seen these creatures being milked in the colony's farms. During migration season, their helium sacs swell to make them lighter than air so they can safely travel great distances. You've also heard what they use for ballast. That wasn't rain at all, it was float cow piss! You try to dodge another shower, but it splatters down on you, soaking your head and shoulders. Ah, gross. At least the heat makes it evaporate quickly. I need to do more exploring there. Also, I like how the way the narrative describes stuff. Becomes more, like, adult as you age, because, like, at some point my character stopped saying pee and started saying piss. Solana, it's another beautiful day on this beautiful planet. Wow, what a time to be alive. He looks around at the ruins of the colony and said a little laugh. So what if it's a bit of a fixer-upper? That's all right, I'm good with my hands. I'm coming in for another hug. Mars grabs your arm and hauls you somewhere a little more quiet. So, OMG, she says, so is making out with one of the Helio kids? Don't make that face, Alana. It's no big deal. And she said that they're not allowed to use their nanoprinters for anything except uniforms? She holds her hand to her chest. Excuse me? No wonder they're so boring. Clothes are the window dressing to the soul, Solana. It's looking over some official-looking documents in her holopalm and dismisses them. You look up, hey, Solana. I have a bunch of strange devices which don't have any apparent use. I think I'm gonna work as a tutor. Oh wait, no, I need to rest. Wait, no, I can avoid the need to rest by buying... I don't have quite enough to buy a cake. Oh, apply at the robotics lab, yes. As you enter the robotics lab, watch out! Congruent shouts at you from the room speakers. Just as another weird little robot of unknown purposes comes scurrying towards you from across the room. Fix the robot. Oh, Solana, thank you, Congruent says, wheeling in on her portable screen. I was running diagnostics on the little fellow. And it broke away and made a run for it. I really need someone to be my hands here. Everything used to be easier with Hal around. I miss him. Tell me in the robotics lab. Okay, I can do robot repair now. Oh, that gives friendship with Rex. The old lounge is toast. What was left over from the attack last glow was destroyed in the crash. The new lounge just isn't the same. You miss the beanbags and the walls covered with art you scrawled as kids. Someday this place will feel like the heart of the colony again, but right now it just reminds you of how chaotic and horrible this past year has been. I don't want to forget either of those. I'm still popular and should do some work. For kudos. You attend the animals. None of those members were the last memory of a lost friend. Oh my god. You meet your dad by the animal pens, fresh and ready for your first day at your new job. Your dad laughs at your clean clothes and your scrubbed face. Oh, Pumpkin, I'm sorry to tell you that you're a little overdressed for the position, he chuckles. You're gonna get dirtier and all heck today. Go on, put on those overalls and get ready to work. You change and follow your dad to the float cow pens. He rubs their noses as he points out their names. I know they're cute, but these ladies aren't pets, he says. They're livestock, and more than that, they're not really domesticated like our animals back on Earth. They're more like tame. We give all the animals lots of room to roam, and we feed them well. They're not going to get chased down and eaten by bigger animals, and we help them if they're sick. It's a pretty good deal, I think, but they're still pretty wild. You got to be careful with them. He leans his elbows on the fence. We were pretty lucky that Vertumna has herd animals, he says. Makes it a little easier. We'll probably have real domestic animals in a couple 100 years. Well, kiddo, your dad says. Got the animals. What do you want to learn about first? The Trippets. No joke, we thought these guys were just plants for the first couple of years. We transplanted them from the wild into the greenhouses, but I guess that was just part of their life cycle because it turns out they're sentient and can move around and stuff. We moved them out of the greenhouses and into the barns, but we don't really treat them indifferently. They still mostly just sit there. The bristle slugs. Oh yeah, we've got a ton of them, he says. They're great, slow and easy to catch and real gentle. Don't let the spikes fool you. They're actually really cuddly and don't mind when you pet them. It actually helps them. In the wild, they'd be scratching up on all sorts of things to knock off those itchy berries. They're not really berries. They're more like eggs. Well, they're like berries, though, because they're sweet. And you know what? Never mind. Vertumnant animals are pretty weird. The float cows. The float cow you captured is still here. Look, there it is. Oh yeah, it's much bigger when you saw it last. It's been eating well. And guess what? It was pregnant. See all those little floaties? Our first babies. You smile as you watch the float calves bob alongside their mother. We figured out that if we keep feeding them what they've been eating during pollen, they'll keep making milk year round. Continues proudly. It makes them heavy enough that they don't float away. Otherwise, we'd have to keep them on leads like balloons. Oh my god. Sugar bugs. Your dad takes you to the row of crates where the soft, squishy sugar bugs are all clumped up together in the moist muck. These guys are pretty cool, he says, picking one up. It perfectly fits in his palm. They're a colony just like us, and if you tickle them, you get sugar bug syrup. Let's get started. Great, your dad says, clapping you on the back. That's the kind of energy I want to see around here. We need someone to muck out the float cow stables. They might float, but their poop sure doesn't. He hands you a shovel. Have fun! Oh my god. Let's just give +1 to this type of challenge. No, that won't work. 'Cause I'll be playing another card. It's not super goal. That is super goal. I could have gotten 43. Damn. Should have used autoplay fairy, actually. Anemone fiddles with her personal defense plas cutter. Never thought I'd actually be using one of these, she says quietly. Guess we all gotta defend ourselves now? I don't expect you to know this, but I'm kind of a big deal. Sure, this is my first time playing outside, but among the other recruits, everyone listens to me. So you want to make good impression on the others, you should try to impress me first. The operative word being try. Vase, you fucking suck. I hate you. I'm gonna still see if you want something random that I have, though. Oh, it's his birthday. Oh, he doesn't like the crystals, though. Engineering and creativity. Until I find out Vase's genetic enhancement. It's an insult to Mars, yeah. I am not Wow, I am not over that water just falls from the sky here. What's next? Every day it's like a whole new planet. Have you guys had weather this whole time? It's so cool. Have a crystal. I'm gonna go surveying again. Yeah, because they were born on the ship, so. A beautiful little locust lands on your arm. It calmly washes its face with its forearms and vibrates its wings like it's cooling off. Oh, the poor guy is a little alone. Befriend it. Perception challenge. It being a perception instead of animals challenge is ominous. I don't have a 3 is a problem. But I can make that into a 3 like that. But then it's only the next one that goes there. Wait a second. I think I just do that and go ahead. Target gets +2. So I'd want something that's a natural 4, but what I can do instead is this to get the 6. And then the 5. And there's almost a 4, but I can't do that, so we'll do this. You look up on your holopalm. It's a mask wing, named because when it's frightened, it opens its wings all the way and flips them forward, making it look like a grimacing manticore. Scary. But even scarier is how much they can eat. They usually eat leafy plant matter, but they're not above eating fabric, wood, hair, or even skin. They swarm in dust and in hot places like the ridges. You see something out of the corner of your eye and look up for your new friend. In the distance, you see a haze above the ground. It's the locusts, each one bigger than your fist. These insectoids can eat their weight in under an hour. There are millions of them out there, and they'll be here soon. Oh, no. You come back to this place later in the week. What foliage there had been is now stripped bare. The only thing still standing are the crystals, glittering and glinting in the sunlight. Utopia has sent you and Dis to study one of the large crystal outcroppings. Up close, you can't help but get the sense that they're alive somehow. They're angular and hard to the touch, but they have a sort of sponginess and warmth to them that's a little disconcerting. They emit a humming noise. Dis pokes one with a finger. Weird, it almost looks like they're breathing. And then this for the straight. Yeah. I might as well play that because it's the highest value, whatever. And then the last round is what matters. Wild card, and then I think I counted wrong when it comes to straight. You notice that they hum the loudest at midday under full sun. The few crystals that have grown under shaded outcroppings are less vibrant than the others. They kind of look like convergent domain tech, don't they? Like the organic Ercipidian or the crystals embedded in the ruins. Try blocking the crystal's sun. On a hunch, you cover one up with some ferns. After an hour, it stops vibrating. Something deep inside it has gone dormant. Okay, so they're like photovoltaics? Try uprooting one. They do indeed have roots and they're really tough. You dig around the base of one and expose them so you can see. They're made of the same glass, but rough and frosted and warm, much warmer than the surrounding soil. Try breaking one. You wiggle one of the crystals like a loose tooth. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Boom! You're thrown by the explosion. When the dust settles and you brush off the shards of warm crystal, you realize that some of the nearby crystals have also exploded or they're connected around. Yes, I know a mycorrhizal network when I see one, Dis exclaims. They're alive like fungus, but also kind of artificial, like the Convergent Domains buildings. I bet they were used to harvest energy from sunlight, like living solar panels. I wonder if they've been growing wild this whole time or if they're state power or something. He stops. Wait, are you okay, Solana? Aw. Neat. Keep getting so many pings. You come across a particularly flat area, a large field of obsidian. Well, obsidian is the only word you have for it, but you've never seen obsidian this bright. It's like a rainbow's trapped underneath its glossy black surface, like the entire ground here is polished black opal. Carefully walk around the edges. You find a patch that is a little different and take some readings. You confirm the material is not natural. It must have been created by the Convergent Domain, because it's the same stuff they made the thumpers out of, silica mixed with some trace organic elements. By looking at striations in the cliffs nearby, you determine that this entire region used to be covered in a thick sheet of this dark glass rock. In most places, there's now a layer of soil over it, but if you dig down far enough, you'll probably find this layer everywhere, like the whole place had been glassed. No wonder there are so few plants here. The Convergent Domain must have paved this area to discourage plant life from growing, all except for the crystals, which seem to sprout happily from the obsidian pavement. Huh. Anything over here? There's a strange heat haze shimmer across the path ahead. Oddly, it doesn't clear up as you get close. The mirage effect is very strong. The refracted air makes it look like there's a pool of water on the ground and plants waving around it, but something is just off about the illusion. You can't put your finger on why. Investigate. This is wild. Something with the 4 rights, yeah. Boost that up to 5 with... And then I think we just put that there. No, we can get higher. The faster you move, the faster the mirage disperses. You approach cautiously. As you do, you realize what's wrong about the mirage. It's impossible. The plants on the other side of the haze are different. Not just wibbly wobbly from layers of air, but bigger, older. And it's a different time of day, evening, not morning. Then you see her. It's you. Through the heat haze, you see yourself in the distance, walking toward you. You move to the edge of the mirage and peek around it, but she isn't there. You can only see her through the heat haze like it's some kind of doorway or mirror. Haul out. You shout, "Hey, you," and wave your arms and jump up and down. The figure looks at you curiously. You, it's definitely 100% you, staring back at you like a mirror. Your movement seems to disturb the mirage, which breaks up and fades up before you. Behind it is a regular morning, and you're now alone again. That was surreal. Slip past all path-blocking explore events. Neat. Max perception. Hi, Wookiees. Oh, there's something to pick up. This is an entirely different person when he's outside the colony walls. Without people constantly trying to correct his asocial behavior, it's like he's blossomed into someone who's actually confident. The more time you spend with him out here, the more glimpses you catch of the real Dis. But you can't do this, he says, jumping off a huge boulder and doing a cool roll at the end. Wait, no, but you can't do it with your eyes closed. I can. You and Dis cavort around, daring each other to do more and more dangerous things. Dis isn't scared of anything. You think you see something up on one of the plateaus above you. The cliffside is covered in convenient vines. I could flirt with them. That would be cute, I think. Dare him to kiss you on the lips. Dis goes pale. What? No, 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 that's not the same. He exclaims, "You're cheating!" And find the one thing Dis is scared of. Dare Dis to climb up there. Dis scrambles up the cliff, no problem. He turns around at the top. Now your turn. Well, you dared him, so you gotta follow through. The vines are slippery and dangerous, and some of them are even alive and wriggle when you grab them. You lose your grip right at the top and you start to slip and fall, but Dis grabs you. Got you, Dis exclaims, pulling you over the ledge. Your heart is thumping and you're all sweaty from fear. But you did it. Dis looks so calm and collected, even though he just climbed the same treacherous wall and had to save you from a long fall. Why doesn't he ever seem scared? The plateau is empty, but it provides a great view to look out over the resting ridges. You and Dis take a break and watch the shadows creep across the dusty, craggy landscape. This is the life, Dis says. No school, no gossip, no bullies. No one telling you what to do or what to think. He props his elbow up on his knees and squint. I was wondering if his augmentation was that he just straight up does not feel fear. He props his elbow up on his knee and squints into the suns. Even with my augmentation in the colony, I always feel like such a coward. But maybe the problem isn't me. It's everyone else, you know? I'm not scared of any of the usual stuff. Monsters getting hurt, even dying. Like, who cares? But humans keep finding ways to control people with fear. Well, they can't control me. So how about that kiss? You'll have to catch me first. Oh my god. That's so cute. Cross the bridge very carefully. I don't really need that memory. You just cross it very carefully. I'm back. And instead of resting, I'm going to go buy a cake and give it to Cal because that always reduces my stress. Wait, no, Command is not here anymore, on the side anymore. Where's Command? Is Anemone hanging out with Vase? That seems like a bad influence. They look so cool, she mutters. Why didn't we act more like these guys in the first place? Because they're fascists, like according to my mom. Buy a cake. Oh, and I need to give Dis and Tange things for their birthdays. You really are the best of the best. Yeah, he gives me a piece of the cake. Oh, hi. Cal waves at you as you enter the garden, leaning on a shovel. Hey, Solana, he calls, but his eyes look past you, down the path to where Anemone is beating the absolute tar out of a training dummy. Her fierce battle cries echo across the colony, making Cal wince. She's been going totally hard lately, huh? He says. He scratches his face, smearing dirt across his cheek. She asked me yesterday if I wanted to spar with her. She said it'd be good for self-defense. I told her I don't want to fight. Not her, not a training dummy, and not anything on this planet. For real. I've never seen her get so mad at me. She called me a baby and told me I'm just going to end up forcing everyone to protect me because I'm weak, helpless, or whatever. He seems upset and stabs the ground with a few times with a shovel. I just don't think it's right to fight anyone, especially the Xenos. They were here first. What do you think, Solana? Sometimes you don't have a choice. You sound like an adult, Cal grumps. They always tell us to see both sides of an argument, but I tried, and I just think if you have to hurt someone to get what you need, you don't deserve to have it. But what if you're really hungry? What if your loved ones are in danger? I mean, that's totally scary, but you kind of shouldn't be putting your loved ones in a situation. Oh my god, what if your life depends on it? How is that fair? Their life depends on it too. You can't just decide that you get to live and they don't. But if you're really hungry, I mean, that one's kind of on you. It ain't fair to kill something just because you didn't think ahead. What if they attack you first? If something attacks you first, you probably did something wrong. Maybe you shouldn't keep going places where things want to attack you. You're being naive, Cal. You tell them sometimes you just have to fight. Nope. Nobody's life is worth more than anyone else's life. It doesn't matter if they're human, Xeno, or anything else out there. We all need to live in peace. Sometimes I think about the Xeno I had to kill the first time they attacked. Like, obviously I'm glad I'm alive, but now it's dead. His eyes go back to Anemone. She stops sparring with the training dummy. He's looking up at the gardens as she has a drink. Neither she nor Cal wave at the other. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill it, Cal continues. It just happened. I wish I could tell it I'm sorry. Aw? One of the things you like best about him, even if you don't always agree with them. You spend a few hours following Cal through the garden. The adults have given him a portion of the land to plan out for the next planting season. It's a big responsibility, but instead of feeling proud, you can tell Cal is a little distracted by your conversation. He keeps looking over in Anemone's direction, but she seems determined to ignore him. When you finally head out, you're just as dirty as he is. The dirt sticks under your nails no matter how many times you wash your hands. Aww. So Dish should be up here. Why the reaction isn't working in the rules channel? The bot is probably just not working right now. He likes this. Did you give money to this when it's my birthday? Actually, when people make a big deal about my birthday, it's like maybe you should just go to do something nice for Tan. She actually likes the attention. Yeah, the bot is probably just down. I'll give you the roll when I wrap up the stream. Since you remember my birthday, yeah. Right, I have that bonus to all mental skills. Oh, engineering is about to level up. Fuck. Okay, so repair robots then. You're honestly pumped for your first day in the robotics lab? There wasn't enough room on the Strato for a proper lab. So for most of your life, you've been warned that the bots the colony relies on, like the watering boots bots and the hover lifts, will eventually all break down for good. With a fully functioning robotics lab, you should be able to keep those bots active for a lot longer. Plus, there's all sorts of unused bots in here. You look around and wonder at the wide array of chassis and shells. Maybe one day you'll even be able to create new robots of your own. You can't wait to show off what you can do. Congruence is so relieved to have an assistant. Since Hal died, well, Dr. Instance is too busy to help. Hi, Pyro. She says as you're setting up, Tangent is sometimes lends a hand, literally, but she seems to be more interested in her own projects. The chief engineer seems to think they're a lost cause, that we should just recycle them, Congruence opines. Hal would never have thought they were trash. Programming is super cool. Isn't it? Congruence agrees. You can do anything in the digital world. Translating it to the physical world is another challenge, but I promise you're going to learn so much about bot code. Is that a Duolingo ale power? Congruence is quite the nuts. Go ahead and look around. If you have any questions, let me know. Spend the day getting to know your way around the robotics lab, meeting all the bots you're going to be working with. These broken, forgotten bots just need a little TLC. I'm about to get the engineering perk, damn. I'm not sure I want the +2 to cards with gems. Wait, that will keep the straight if I do that. Engineering perk, new cards at the depot. Okay. Right, it's glow season. The really ominous one. Not too bright, not too warm. If only it was like this all year long. Oh my god. Paid attention to the planet during glow? It feels different. It's like a hum, maybe from the plants. Heck, maybe the wormhole. Hop in with the animals. Your dad is running some kind of test on the trippets. He's playing different chords and trying to see if they have a language or just making instinctive animal calls. You help him by holding up random objects and trying to determine if their sounds map to any understanding of what they're seeing. They're either saying, kill all humans or linguini sports ball, your dad says, staring at the readout on his holopalm. I just can't be sure. You should buy Tange some cat ears, headphones, and sunglasses and a hoodie. Am I worried about attack? No, we'll be fine. The governor's got this. And more importantly, we've got explosives. I'd like to see those alien animal null shits beat that. God damn it, Vase. You're so stupid. What a strange alien device. Know thy enemy, he says in a low growl. Oh, he likes them. Okay. Gonna give him lots of radioactive objects then. Maybe he'll fucking die. He's gonna encounter the alien laser slugs and enjoy them. I actually need to relax. I should check out what's new in the supply depot soonish. The fidget spinner? Wait, that's crazy. Vintage focus device, yeah. Relax in the park. Everyone in geoponics is on edge during glow. It's close to the colony wall, so if there's an attack on this side, you might lose years of progress on these fields, or worse, the geoponics domes. There's nothing to do about it except hope that the defenses are strong enough to hold. The sense of helplessness makes it hard to work. No, I don't want to forget either of these. These are great. You're relaxing in your quarters with your dad when you hear the colony siren. The enemy's here. Your dad looks up from his novel. Huh, seems early this year. We should head to shelter in the lounge. I'm gonna fight? You've been drilling on new evacuation procedures for the past month. There's no need to be a hero now that there's so many new soldiers from the Helio. It's probably best if you just follow instructions. No. You muster with the rest of the defense force at the gates. Rhett and Lum are arguing about what tactics to employ. Lum keeps trying to rally the soldiers with a heartening speech about giving it everything they've got, all the drones, all the explosives, and Rhett keeps coming in. We don't need to take any big risks. It's a smaller attack, and we have more than enough plas rifles and turrets. We should save our other resources for when we do need them. Why do things halfway? Lum exclaims. We need to get in there and kick their asses back to the goo they came from. We need to show people that we have everything under control for morale. Rhett tries one more time to wrest control of the forces back from Lum, but Lum cuts us off. Fire the explosive rounds, he orders. Arm the charges. Shells scream through the permanent night, followed by explosions you feel vibrate up through your boots. The Helios are unfazed, but you and the other Stratoguards exchange nervous looks. You hear yelling, then another boom as the secondary explosives detonate. The baying of bloodthirsty animals reaches your ears, then... Great work! Just the stragglers incoming. Open the gates! I have, like, a feeling that's just gonna piss off them more. Just shoot him and say it was an accidental discharge! Hard to write becomes 5. That's actually... Yeah, I can make that into a straight here. And then easily pass. You did cross at the top of that giant alien, yeah? Autoplay fairy to min-max, yeah. I keep forgetting to use autoplay fairy once I figured out a good hand to see if there's a better one. You face off against a lesser Xeno, some kind of finned semi-aquatic thing, already half dead and limping doggedly through the gates. It's almost comical how easy it is to stun and kill it. By the time you're done, the other soldiers have dispatched the rest of the creatures. Smoked your sin from the battlefield from the explosions, an acrid sin of triumph. I'm worried that this just means that next year it's going to be an absolutely massive attack. After the attack, Lum gathers everyone in the lounge and holds a big celebration for the soldiers. There's feasting and drinking and songs of valor, and as the party goes on long into the night, some drift away in pairs or more. Mars and Rex keep the dancing going. Even Anemone seems to relax, especially when the other cadets invite her to drink with them. Tonight, everyone seems convinced that this victory means the colony will be safe forever. Maybe it will be. You sure want to believe it too. I'm 16 years old. Now I have a bunch of the physical boosts. Hey, heads up. You barely managed to find cover as water arcs over your head. Guess I got away from me. Aw. Your mom's an incredible lady, he says dreamily. True love is hurtling yourself into space with someone and hoping for the best for your children. You, Dad, gross. Me for something? Aw, nah. This is a literary device called foreshadowing, yeah? You leave the front gates. Hey, it's in C-Dis talking to one of the senior surveyors. He listens intently to their instructions, and the surveyor hands him a satchel of instruments and claps him on the shoulder before walking away. Dis turns to you. Hey, Solana. He hikes the satchel on his shoulder and gives you his shy smile. It's still kind of weird to be outside the walls. Remember when we used to sneak out? Dis's eyes crinkle at the corners. It was so easy to avoid Chief Surveyor Tona, and he says wistfully. He ducks his head. Too bad he's dead. He was really nice to me. What's the weirdest thing you've seen? There's this big rock in the western ridges that's almost totally flat on top. When I get near it, it makes me feel happy. It's so strange, and it's really hard to leave. The first time I went there, I laid on top of it for so long that I almost missed the transport back. That's ominous. I know it's my job, but I haven't told anyone about it yet. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like it wants to be kept a secret. That's normal and makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's creepy, Dis. I'm still playing my character like she has a crush on Dis, even though on Dis, so that's kind of romantic. And that's the place that makes you feel good? Yeah. Dis blinks at you like the thought trilling across his mind. He frowns. I guess, as if the words taste bad in his mouth. Huh. I rose to the top of the pecking order on the Helio. When is his birthday again? Because I think I actually found his birthday. Yeah, mid-wet season, okay. I'm so used to people not sitting with me because I talk so much, they say, without any shame. I get it. I'm just a super high-energy person. Always have been ever since I was a kid. If I bother you, just tell me to be quiet. I don't mind. Aw. Birthday's mid-dust. I have a bunch of these crystal clusters, so I'll give her a gift this month. What do you like? Do you like flowers? No. Rex shakes his head with a smile and gently puts the gift back in your hands. I have everything I need, for real. This place is great. 3 squares, and all the hugs I could ever need. But I'll tell you what, my birthday is in the first month of pollen, and I'd love a cake if you know how to make one. Aw? Did I at some point? Oh, fuck. I keep doing that. Fuck. Tangent is about to duck back into engineering when you approach. She winces and shields her eyes from the sun. She looks at you miserably, and you notice that her right eye is glowing faintly. It's my new hollow eye implant, Tange says. A ghostly glow snaps in and out of existence as she blinks. I seem to be experiencing some unpleasant side effects from it, similar to that of an ocular migraine. Instance warned me that this level of visual information can be difficult for the human brain to comprehend at first. Oh. It's similar to a holopalm, she explains, still holding her forehead and squinting, but with an infinitely large screen because it projects it directly into the oculus. It used to belong to Dr. Instance, but she passed it down to me to help with my work. I'm sure you'll get used to it soon. I know it will. It's only pain. It's more than an implant. Tange continuously follows her way to the medbay labs. Hollow eyes are in the very forefront of human augmentation. They represent our next steps towards ascending as a species. She touches the red scar where her holopalm used to be. No more clunky screens, no privacy concerns, she says quietly. Elegant integrated design. It observes the motion of my hands and uses it to generate an AR interface for my entire field of vision. It's partly powered by my own metabolism through the magnets embedded in my skull. It's beautiful. Nobody else is here. You hear the gentle hum of experiments running in the corner. This kind of technology is so far beyond what we're capable of reproducing in the colony. Tange sighs, rubbing her temple under the implant. Once they're gone, they're gone. Maybe Earth will send us a shipment of new ones someday, but I expect they developed something more advanced since we left Earth. I suppose it's more likely they've forgotten about us completely. Bring the quiet hum of the laboratory shattered by an alarm. Tange jumps at the sudden noise and shuts her eyes tight. A simulation I'm running is time sensitive, she explains. The specimens require minute changes to their environment every 2 hours. Temperature, humidity, light levels. She grimaces. We had better automation. This wouldn't be a problem. I can help with your migraine. You are in medbay after all. You rummage around for a bottle of triptans and a cold towel. Tangent grudgingly swallows the migraine medicine and lays down on a med bed with the towel over her eyes. You shake your head. This girl needs to take better care of herself as you apply pressure to her temples. She slowly breathes in and out. After a few minutes, the tension in her face eases. I feel less human now, thank you. Oh my god, she says with a small smile. She wobbles over to her experiment, where she uses the computer to set the environmental parameters for what seems to be some sort of fungal growth comparison. When she's finished, Tange thumps down on the floor in a corner where it's nice and dark. She folds her arms and lays her head on them. That should buy me 2 more hours. Thank you for your assistance. Let me take care of you. Tange gives you a slight smile, barely visible in the faint glow of her hollow eye. People always tell me I should take better care of myself. And they're right, because when other people try to take care of me, they usually get it wrong. Only I know what I need. But you helped, thank you. Please don't tell Instance that my body is adjusting poorly to the hollow eye. She adds, it's only temporary. The stupid flesh prison is not allowed to draw the limits of my form. Oh my god. You got my shit handed to me by Anemone. Hell, man, she can kick my ass any day. I love a woman that can hold her own. Oh my god. I just did my nails. If you mess them up, I'm just going to scream until the adults come and throw you in space jail for crimes against sophistication. Hi, DJ. Let's go exploring in that new zone once more. And then call it a night, I think. Let's free myself from the flesh prison. No, she says that because she just hates having a human body. She's like, I wish I was an AI so I didn't have to like eat or sleep and I could just do science. You're getting thirsty. Oh, this again. Tough it out. Right, I can just walk past these events. Because of my maxed out perception. Yeah, Dis and Tange are way more similar than either of them likes to acknowledge, given they don't like each other very much. I figure there's probably more story events around here. Like important ones. That's why Rex deserves more hit bats. Hello, exclamation point. Expeditions has been collecting energy readings from this area, tracing the invisible ley lines of power like the one from the thumper that brought you here in the first place. They pointed you to this cave, a nexus of power at the convergence of many lines. You can feel the energy is different here, like a barely perceivable hum that prickles up the back of your neck, like something is watching you. It's likely this was some sort of an important place for the convergent domain, Utopia says, leaning on her glider. I sent teams though, but it gets mighty tight in there. I'm hoping you and Dis might have better luck wiggling in there. Might be the caves inside open up again, and if they do, take plenty of readings and report back to me. Dis is vibrating beside you on nearly the same frequency as the weird power functions. This is the real deal, he whispers, mostly to himself. Utopia nods and leaves you to it. What's the plan? Prep your caving equipment. You get headlamps and a little recording drone with a floodlight attachment, a tiny buzzy flying thing that circles around your heads and sometimes illuminates what you want to look at. It's intelligent, which just means it won't just do what you want. Dis bats at it in annoyance. Utopia's also left you an anti-grav belt with a warning to practice extreme caution while spelunking down there. They make you lighter so you can climb more easily and you won't hurt yourself much if you fall. Enter the cave. Wait, this is like that cave we found in the pollen area. Fuck. The narrow entrance leads to a bigger room that animals have clearly used as a den. It's enormous, with glowing mushrooms on the walls and piles of bones in some crevices. In some places, the walls are made of iridescent convergent domain obsidian, like this was once a great hall millennia ago. And then I can do 6. And I guess I could throw a log at that to get 5? Yeah. Seven. Wild card 5. I need more mushroom logs. Give this the best hand. And it's just enough to get the super goal. You find the source of the breeze by tossing some fine sand into the air and watching the way the dust blows. It's a very tight crack. Good thing you and Dis are so small. You squeeze through the wind and have to shimmy along on your bellies for about 10 meters, pushing your gear ahead of you. It's uncomfortable, but Dis's excitement draws you on. Past the crack, there are fewer signs of animals. The walls are smooth, grown obsidian, which is kind of a melted rainbow oil slick look. There are deeply carved glyphs on the walls at various intersections, like room designations or street names, you wonder? And other kinds of basins, alcoves, grown into the rock, full of odd protrusions, all ancient and worn and inexplicable now. It feels homey. You come to realize the convergent domain must have lived underground. That's why there are so few ruins on the surface. As you follow the cave complex down, it's clear this used to be a well-traveled path. The corridors branching off to other places are now blocked off, as if a big earthquake had rattled this whole area. Only this one main path is still clear. It's too convenient to be a coincidence. And it's quite slippery. Pay attention to my footing. You follow the cave system down, 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 all the way to what must be the bottom of the cliffs. You have to climb down a 3-story wall in the last section, and are grateful to your antigrav belt for making it easier. You're still tired, though. You see dim light below. Daylight? You emerge into a hidden valley surrounded by tall cliffs. Did you just come down all that way? You're surrounded by the ruins of convergent domain buildings in much better condition than the windswept ones on the surface. It's perfectly still here and as quiet as space itself. What was this? Dis whispers reverentially. Some sort of converger facility? And it feels so familiar. You remember this place from your dreams and feel a throbbing sense of importance that is a bit unnerving. Something momentous happened to you here, or will happen to you someday. You poke around a little bit, then call Utopia and give her your coordinates. She swings down on her glider with extra ones for you and Dis tethered behind it. You're happy you won't have to climb all the way back up. She whistles, "Great find, kids. This place didn't show up on any of our aerial scans. Took me a while to find a route in." Keep exploring. Yeah, and that's just the end of the area. Oh, I didn't mean to go home, but I did. Okay. The suns rise again after glow, heralding a new year. It's your 16th birthday. You wake in your new quarters, blinking into the watery sunlight. Dust motes float through the air, and you take a moment to enjoy the perfection of your bed, while you listen to the sounds of the colony waking up outside. So much has happened in 1 year. Just a few short months ago, you thought your life was over. Now it's better than ever. There's plenty of food, and the colony is safe. You even have your own bedroom. You're considering snoozing until your parents wake up when your reverie is interrupted by a blinking holo message. It's a text from Tange. "Joyous observance of the anniversary of your birth," it reads. Another one comes in. That means happy birthday, of course. In case you didn't know. Wow, a whole 3 messages in a row from Tangent. That's pretty gushy for her. Your parents wake up shortly after that, and you order up your traditional birthday breakfast feast. Your dad gives you a big squeezy hug and tells you he's proud of you. Aw. Hi, Alk. A book? An actual book? Yeah. Yeah, nothing super interesting. Do you think I'm stuck up? There's like this whole thread on the colony board about how I'm conceited and think I'm so much better than everyone else. If I felt shame, that would really hurt. They're smart like Tangent. Aw. What do you mean, Vase's little birds? What the fuck? I don't like Vase. What are you talking about? Rex folds you into his arms, bending his whole body to you. He smells warm and a little spicy, yeah? Been thinking of changing my sleeping habits, Tange says. If I only need to sleep 8 out of every, say, 36 to 48 hours, must they be endured all at once? Imagine the efficiency of taking a 15-minute nap every 4 hours instead. Why, that's practically no time at all. Don't worry, I know how to use this. You're safe with me. The fuck off, Vase. So what have I missed? You missed a lot. You missed so much. Another ship landed. It's a military ship. They have taken control of the colony, which we are kind of fine with because our colony got like almost completely destroyed in a gloom season attack right before that happened. Like, I mean, we don't like them, but we're not like exactly fighting back because at least things are fine again instead of we're all gonna die. I wish there was like a easy display for like when people's birthdays were. When is your birthday? Yes, no. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really tired and my throat is like worn out as fuck. I should stop streaming. No, things have been fine, actually. Things have been fine for a while. We are 16 now. My throat is incredibly worn out. Yeah, last time I said I wasn't going to do this again. I wasn't going to stream this game for like 8 hours when like I have to constantly reach it out and it strains my throat so badly to stream this long. But I did it again anyways, and I shouldn't have. Unnatural state of affairs. Planet will have its revenge. Yeah, honestly, yeah, probably. Who are we going to raid? So who else has raided Palm? All right, if you didn't know, I have a Discord. You should join it. Here's the link. Not only do we talk about streams and stuff there, we also talk about, I also talk about my like own hard sci-fi writing, which I figure a lot of people here would like. I will be back tomorrow for Mass Effect 3. Good night, everybody.